Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. How are folks? Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hi, Jose. Hey, Rod and Redacted. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Kittrell and Dave. How are folks? Popaway and Malfrey. What else do we have here? Oh, that's as far as I can scroll. Good morning, Arthur. Hey, Scope. What do we got? Delvin. Little Brad and Lars. Hey, Cheesy Potato. Hey, Sean. Hey, Queasy Diver. Oh, boy. Hey, Bob. Hey, Steve. Hey, Sven. Tohos. The Reverend and Dark 3D Dimensions. I am sore today. I was busy yesterday. I did the entire replacement of the carpet tiles that I had in the other garage. So it is a mess. If I have to go get something that would normally be in the other garage, we're not going to do it today. Hey, Joel and Jackal and Thetic. Hey, Bill. Hey, Brian and Schlunky Kong. Hey, Shannon and Arthur and Kiloprince. Back on the black box. So we will be wrapping up wiring today, I hope, and routing water cooling lines. I'm not prepared to fill the water system, but I think we'll have enough to do. So, hey, Pathetic Puma, Vinicius and Nurglerot, and Morden. Yeah. So, black box here. So let's get it moved over here and continue where we left off on wiring, which is going to mean a lot more crimping. Crimping and fixing the broken cable chain and securing wires and all that stuff. Redid my garage, didn't go back in for a month after I finished it. Well, I don't have a choice. My other computer, my main computer that I use, is still in pieces because I did a complete gut and thing. Let me show some pictures. Let me see if I can get some pictures. Where are we at? I'm gonna show this picture. This is an embarrassing picture, but we're going to show it anyway. This is what my garage looked like before. So, we ready? We ready? It's a mess. I let it get way too far out, so yeah. So this is where I used to stream. So I used to stream from this desk right here. And projects, and I mean, many of you know how it is. You let things get out of control and it happens really quick. So this is what I started with. And these are race deck carpet tiles. And notice the gray color here. The gray color, they only offer one color. So if you're not familiar with race deck, then, oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that one. Race deck makes plastic interlocking 1 foot square tiles, used a lot like in garages, and they make a version that has basically very low profile, very low pile carpet glued to the top. And that stuff in there, I installed 12 years ago. I have pictures from 2012 when I installed that. And now it's, it held up pretty well considering. And over the years, and especially with Charlie's kidney and bladder problems, it was a mess. And litter box was out there, so they're not glued to the floor. They interlock together. Here, I have one. This is an original from 2012, but it's a spare that never got installed. But this is what this is what they look like, right? And they have tabs that interlock together. And I think this one's a spare because that tab right there is broken off. But anyway, this is what they are. And this is actually a fairly harsh, this is not a very comfortable surface. It's soft enough and it worked really well. But you wouldn't want to crawl around looking for parts for too long that you drop. So that is what it is. So one of the projects I had is to was to replace that, because that's a criteria before we look for new pets, is to have that replaced. Because I discovered I did some test cuts on it to check my cutting method, because I had to trim some down, and I cut one of the old ones, and yeah, there was still, once I disturbed it, there was still an odor that came from them. So I'm very glad to get rid of them. So I've got more pictures here. I want to catch up on chat though. Is that the computer that you streamed the Trident announcement from? Yeah. So that's at that chair, that desk area is where we did the Trident announcement. And usually when I'm on and just chatting in Discord or whatever, I'm at that computer. So the other stuff's in the background. So, but Tally, thanks for the gifted memberships. Can you drive on them? I don't know that I would drive on the carpet ones, but their regular plastic tiles are, that's a major use of them, is in a garage where you park a car on them. So they are very popular at trade shows. And I think that's the intent of the carpet ones, is to have a slightly softer surface at trade shows. Although most booths at those kind of places, especially like a SEMA or something, are going to a spongy surface. It really helps when you're walking at a trade show and finally come across that booth that has a spongy surface. It really feels good. Hey, Putty. Let me see. Okay, so then I don't know what the next stage. So I guess this is probably the picture. So I cleared it out. So I started this Wednesday night, and I cleared it out to the extreme. This is my new filament rack I think I've talked about. Goes in front of the water heater, leaves the bottom open so I can still get to all the controls. And I'm really happy with that. It goes floor to ceiling, fits about 80 spools there. I could put a car in there. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Hey, Tanner. Hey, Martin. So you can see the pattern here. This is all with some sort of spill or dust or whatever. So that gets in between the seams on those tiles. So this is another view. So I took an enzyme cleaner, an outdoor enzyme cleaner that's meant for pet odors and urine odors, and sprayed it down and scrubbed it and rinsed it. So this is all. So all of this is yesterday. I got up early and started this yesterday while the actual prep and stuff. I had removed the old tiles Friday. So Friday I removed the old tiles, got all the workbenches out of there, got my computer desk out, and yesterday morning I did the final clearing out of things. Workbenches and stuff are out on the driveway, and scrubbed this down. And fortunately, it was 101 degrees yesterday, so this drying out didn't take long. Put a fan out there and dried it all out. Let's see what I have for other. I feel like, let me see. I have a more in progress picture here. Yeah. So then I laid down a barrier. Now I had laid down a barrier before, and the intent was as somewhat of a moisture barrier, but also to kind of dampen the plastic tiles from clicking on the concrete floor. So cut and laid out a barrier yesterday. Hey Doom, hey Timo, hey Takuya. Hey Dan. The net. Got my 2.4 done and doing a Voron Q print right now. Awesome, congrats. So laid that down, and then basically the next picture is the carpet tiles in place. So let's get that. No, we're almost done talking about this. This is just explaining what my day, what my day yesterday was like. So this is the new tiles in place. Hey, Viney. Kudrith. So I'm not super thrilled. So I told you before, they only offer one color, and it used to be gray. Now it's much closer to a black, and their color consistency isn't quite where I wanted it to be. I didn't notice that because I'm opening a box and laying them down. So I didn't notice that until I was far too far into here to change it. So I just let it be random. However they went down is the way it went. If I had realized that and wanted to make a pattern, I'd still be working on it today. So, too hot and too smoking for me to do much in the garage. Ew. That's not good. Hey, sissy kid. What do you think about the MakerForge tool changer? I don't know anything about the MakerForge tool changer. Dad's in. Oh, I'm sorry, Timo. I hope for the best. Very pixelated 8-bit pattern. Exactly. It's one of those things you can look at it long enough and you can start seeing things. So I decided that I like the random. I kind of made myself decide I like the random. It's not nap direction, Bill. They're all the way the interlocking tabs work. You don't have a choice in how they go together. You can't rotate them. So they're now okay. Let me rephrase that. You may be right the way it was manufactured, and they didn't pay attention to which way. But how you look at these, the angle you look at them, doesn't change what it looks like either. So I think there is definitely at least a factor in the dye color. So, but yeah, I'm pretty pleased. It was not arduous to cut. I just used my table saw. I was a little worried about it because I wasn't sure how it was going to work out, and that's why I used the I cut one of the old tiles. But it cut so easy. There was no issues at all. I used a ripping blade because a crosscut blade with too many teeth was just melting it. A ripping blade cut it with minimal melt, minimal extra. I cut it all around the door, and there is a gap here. It's hard to see. There's an expansion gap. Hey, Science Sniper. Hey, Reth. Maurice. So, and I do have, let's just go straight to this picture and then get on with the Blackbox build. They have the same issue with filament. Yeah, they use the same die manufacturer as KVP. So here's where we're at. Well, nearly where we're at today. So I put the workbenches back in. I assembled the Flexi Spot sit stand desk, and come out easy to replace your water here. Yes, Tanner, it pops right out. The rods in that filament rack just go into little slots, and then there's no extra. I mean, it's just plates on either side that weren't there before. So. So yeah, The space is coming together. This shelf here of just miscellaneous printed trinkets is going to go away because I can't raise the desk to a standing position with it there. So some of the shelving over here is going to get revised. I have an 8-foot Husky workbench that's going right here. And that I used to have these wire racks going all the way down. That Flexi Spot desk, I got pretty frustrated with it. I bought this in Memorial Day sale. This isn't a YouTuber special. I heard good things about the product, and as far as using it, I don't see anything yet that would keep me from thinking that it's going to be a useful and good desk for me. But I was pretty frustrated in that I bought this as a unit. I bought the 7L, the with their bamboo top as a package, and it did not include any instructions for how to set up this top. Now, this top are 2 same size pieces, but with different hole patterns on the bottom, and there are about 1 billion holes in the bottom of each. So it is not immediately apparent what orientation they go together in. This base, you put it together, mostly together before you set it on the floor, on the underside of the tops. It's heavy. It's like seriously a 2-person lift to get it on there. So I contacted their support, and they basically said, just try different orientation. I'm like, really? I'm supposed to move this thing around, try different orientations, all the while risking scarring things up, when they could have included instructions on what to look for, what features to look for on that top to set it in the right orientation. So I've got a little report into their customer service. They really need to include instructions for how to deal with this top. That had me a little soured on the experience yesterday, but I got it together and it works. And I'm slowly figuring out how I want my monitors and all that kind of stuff on here. So now, Dan, from what I understand, I don't know that there's actually an affiliate link. I think it's just a recording that, yeah, I bought it from Daniel, and I don't think there's actually a kickback on that. Daniel didn't think so anyway. So it's more of a funny kind of jab at Nero. Taking a break from homework and start tearing down my switch wire. Awesome. Had the same issue with a similar desk, not a Flexi Spot. Figure out which was which. So really considering how much this is hyped up is what my disappointment was, and how much they're marketing these, and to have something so basic as documentation. So they sent me a video that didn't really answer my question, but I was thinking when they sent me the video, I'm putting together my computer desk. I'm not necessarily going to have a screen near me. You can't assume someone's going to have an iPad, and I'm not going to be watching that on my phone screen and be able to notice what's going on. So I hope that they take that feedback seriously. I'm hoping that they actually reach out and let me know that they acknowledge it. Because I was just dealing with the online chat person. They didn't really have anything they could do. I just asked them to pass it on. So they asked for my email address and phone number, and I gave it to them, and hopefully they pass it on. Anyway, that little bit there, I wanted to share why I'm really sore today. I was beat after yesterday. This is my old, so Spectra, my house is set up with 2 garages. What I'm in now is a 20 by 20 2-car garage, and this is a separate, it's 90 degrees to this one. It's 16 by 10, and this is where I have all my printers and my main computer, and I'm just redoing it. So, hey, Mike's 4th Dimension. Hey, Daniel. Motion grain only instructions is a YouTube video. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we have here for reviews. Make make sure we got the correct good angle here. We've got Blackbox. Their table. I did actually. That's one of the things I did spend some time yesterday. Is the benches in there re-leveled and the table is leveled. Now it doesn't have, because I'm putting it in a garage and it has a slope floor. It doesn't have enough adjustment in the feet of the desk there to fully level it. So I have to use some spacers underneath. So looks a lot bigger in the old videos. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I'm really not going to end up going back there. At least not that I can foresee streaming from there, is because it really isn't big enough. And if I wanted to bring Pooch back at any point, or anyone else in, there's just not enough space. So, and this workbench I have here is so wonderful. I mean, it's 5.5 feet wide and 4 feet deep. I've got lots of space here to work. Pin post to Grant is still up. Oh, thank you. Don't knock it. I appreciate that. Let me put the filament giveaway link in the pin post. So Polymaker filament giveaway, same as we do every main stream. Link is in the description. And now the pin post. So, hey, Sergey. So for anybody who isn't aware, Grant and I have a little thing. So he redirects his Sunday morning streams to me when he's done, and I post to push people over to his Sunday discussions. Today they were talking about DRM. Still space in the frame. Can build it even. Oh, okay. No room for my under 3 or 2 monoprice mini selects. I went through and counted, and I think I'm at 28 total printers, including this one right now. And that's including 2 positrons that are in boxes. And the additional 8-foot workbench I'm putting in the other garage will allow me to fit 8 printers. So, but what that actually means is I can put some printers in place and have them available that are currently sitting out in the way. So, oh yeah, Polymaker filament giveaway. Also, today West 3D is doing a Meet the Maker, and the guest is Russian Cat Food, Max from the Voron Design team, founder of Voron Design. So this stream is going to automatically raid to the West 3D stream when we're done. Now, if we don't make it all the way up to the 6-hour mark today, which is when their stream starts, then it'll still redirect you when we finish. It'll just be before they start. Polymaker filament's taking a weird route. China, Japan, China, Belgium, France. Wow. Talking about being tired last few days, I was preparing 3 mini splits AC drilling. Oh boy, that's yeah. I know that's a job. Danny, welcome. See that stream with Max. Yeah, so be sure, once we're done with the filament giveaway, remind me and I'll replace the pin post with the link to that stream, just in case. Okay, let's do a few things. So I pulled a Daniel, I pulled a Modbot, and I punched the cable chain here and broke the mount. So let's replace that to start. I printed I embeefened it. I added just basically a big chamfer, and just need to put new heat sets in here. Doing the whole AC installation yourself? Awesome. Let's get next tray out here. Multi-material, not only multi-color printer, that's DIY. Yeah, I am looking forward to having this running. I gotta grab the fastener box and I guess other things. Oh, it has been busy. So I didn't prep as much as I had hoped to for today, but I think we're still good. We've got a lot to do, and we will be able to do it. Let's see, M3 heat sets. 4. Where are the M3 heat sets? Where are those? I know I had some more. They... Put them in here. What are we? Let's cancel that. Hey, BBs. Hey, John. Okay, where did I put the Blackbox spec heat set inserts? Oh, my shoe's untied. Give me a moment. Oh, this hurts. There we go. See if they're in one of these boxes. Let's grab all the boxes. All the things. Not in there. What do we got? Just a short cameo. I'm sick and going back to bed. Feel better soon, Phil. Grab all the things. Where are... I know I have a little box of... or a little thing of heat sets. This is just, I'm sorry, this is, there's M4, 2. Okay, well, I'll pull them out of the existing. That's what we'll do. Hey, Nurse Kate. Get this going. This off. Yeah, it broke pretty good. And Clips, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay. So we are going to recover the heat sets from here. I'm going to do that by heating them up. So nice thing about this is it's a through hole, so I can just start threading this in. Heat up my iron. Let's get this out of the way. Hey Rudy, hello GPs. So thread that screw in from the back side, and I can just heat up the top with some pressure. Pushing the plastic down towards the bench. Hey Felix. Yep, and that pops right out. We all survived the CrowdStrike. I was not impacted. We don't use CrowdStrike where I work. So that's it. Okay, so those parts go in the bucket. And let's insert the new ones. Have you looked into the monolith design, and have you built a printer using it? I've seen the monolith. I have not built anything using it. Phil, thanks for being a member. Yep, don't forget to like the stream. Get as many likes as we can by filament giveaway time. Here in China, it's 1:31 a.m. Thanks for being here. State of California and Southwest are both running Windows 3.1 on the back end. Just about, but no. Spent 9 hours recovering VMs Friday. Ew. Yeah, I am very grateful that we were not impacted. Meme that Southwest put out. Yeah, I saw that. Is that Southwest or is that a parody account or whatever? Okay, so now we will go ahead and get ourselves back up here. How heavy is the printer so far? I don't know what it weighs, but it is a bit of a bear to move around. That there. Let's get back into place. Now, I don't know that this had to be made thicker and everything. I just figured since I had to reprint it, I might as well. There we go. Okay, that's fixed. Let me bring up, there is an updated work in progress wiring guide, so let me see where I saved that. And let's see, where did I save that? Let me resave it. .3D printers don't use Windows. But it wasn't, I mean, if your 3D printer used Windows and then needed a security to the point of needing something like CloudStrike, then you'd be in trouble. But Windows itself wasn't the problem. What can I do to make my Prusa Mark III's to reach over 300C to 400 plus? You're talking about on the hot end? So the short answer is it's not worth doing anything to the Mark III's to get it to the point where you need a hot end temperature in the 300 to 400 range, because materials you're going to print at those nozzle temperatures are also going to require a environment that is quite warm, and it's not advisable. I wouldn't have any suggestions on how you could get the printer to be capable of doing all of that. I think that's not the printer to be looking at for that. Cleaning his garage makes me want to go clean and rebuild my storage room into the 3D printer room. There you go. If I can inspire that. Hope everything's okay on your end. Oh yeah, everything's good. Sorry, let me get this work in progress wiring guide here. Sent us to last week's stream. Oops. Hey Grant. Welcome. Why did that not open here? There we go. Hey Da Vinci. Trying to print 3DX Tech PC, but it calls on the high end of 310 for the hot end in a heated chamber. Exactly. It's probably not the machine for that, Spectra. I mean, you can go searching and trying things, but I'm not going to have suggestions for you. I clicked the one that was live according to YouTube. My last week's stream isn't still live, is it? Sometimes I end OBS and I forget to end YouTube because I have to end OBS first and then let the buffer clear and then end YouTube. Otherwise you get a hard cut. So no problem, Grant. Folks will find me. Allowed to promote a non-3D printing community driven event in the self-promotion channel. Non-3D printing community. If it's not 3D printing, I'd probably send me a DM, Maurice, and we'll look at it. No worries, Grant. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time with that there, Spectra. It is going to warp. You just don't have the setup for it. Hey Amber, welcome. Okay, there is an updated wiring guide. Let's see. Changelog. It's updated, but it's the initial release. We did the AC inlet. We have that stuff. Let's kind of skim through here and see what may have changed. We got wire routing, different wire routing. Now I was chatting with Chris and he said that there is a suggestion on these high temperature steppers to put a connector in line. So streaming up this statistically, you probably are live at any given moment. So it'll be 3 years at the end of August. It'll be 3 years. So that's a little mind-blowing to me. What printer would best print PC filament? There's a lot of them out there, but you really want something that's enclosed. And the question is, are you talking about pure polycarbonate, or are you talking about most of what's out there, which are blends? Pure PC needs something that's going to have a very hot chamber temperature, which is not generally in the beginner or intermediate hobby space. So if you want to do it well, you might be looking at educating yourself a bit more on what options you have. If it's a blend, then you can print some carbon fiber filled PC blends on your Prusa, honestly. But if you're looking at something that requires over a 300 temp hot end, then you're probably looking at something that's more closer to traditional. Yeah, exactly. 3DX Tech. Yep. So you're looking at something that's going to take a bit more of a machine. So Armor 3D, what's up? For the Mobius extruder, I found the assembly instructions. Is there a sample extruder config section for the Mobius? Are you talking about the M4 or one of the older Voron designs? Does ISO compliance require the level? Oh, few that's whereby it for carbon fiber and ABS. M4. So that the extruder config, it's a Bondtech rotation distance, as far as it's a 22 point something millimeter for your rotation distance, and then it's an 80 tooth pulley and a 20 tooth stepper pulley. So it's the 4:1 gear ratio, and then you're done. And then whatever value you have for your stepper whether it's a 1.8 or 0.9 stepper you're using. So, hey Brent. Okay, heat bed, this is all bed stuff. We got the offset switch. So that'll plug in there. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't anything wild. Yeah. DC converter. I don't know if it's further on, but we're just going to kind of scroll through this a little bit. And to press the play button, oops, you missed me talking about my other garage and clearing it out and starting to put it all back together all yesterday. Most of it yesterday. Panel view display. What's the easiest way to depin a small Molex connector? I have tiny pointy tweezers, but even those are too big. Are you talking about which Molex? Are you microfits or? But Eclipse, you've been around. You've probably seen the magical microfit tool. Which series? Microfits. Microfits, go to my Amazon link in the description, and in my Amazon store is the magical tool for depinning microfits. 100% worth the money. 100%. If you're doing it, I mean, even once, if you really need to depin the the Molex on the Nighthawk umbilical. Hold on. So that's another. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about that? Or are you talking about the 6-pin on the other side? If it's a 6-pin on the other side, then that tool in my Amazon store is your answer. The 6-pin on the other side, the tool in my Amazon store is the answer. This is going to be a squirrely stream, it sounds like, which is good. Okay, so then tools. So this is something we're going to be doing today. So the tool docs go from, oh, we did this, but we need to do the other side. So we'll need to do the other side. So, okay, so that's tools. There was something Chris was saying was actually called out in here, and I wanted to see is the replacing the connectors on the, or putting a connector in line on the steppers. Previous stream I announced I was in Japan. No one cared. Well, a lot of people probably noticed, but not necessarily comments. Teza, thanks for being a member. Darn time difference. Okay, yeah. Oh no, that's extruder motor. Tool lock motor, end stop, tool lock, end stop. Wire routing, that. Oh, I found the 5mm sleeving that I couldn't find last stream. It was included in the kit. It's smaller diameter than stuff I use too, so I'll swap out for that. Hey, trucker. Started to build the ERF and the body and motor plate don't match up on the top keyway piece. Is that the new ERCF? I haven't tried that yet. It's too soon, John. Okay, wrapping, Your connection method will vary based on your kit configuration for the B motors. Oh, and this does say, this didn't say that before, right? Because we had a hard time finding the A and B motors. So now we have, it looks like some indication of which is the B motor. Yeah. For standard, for high temp, here we go. So this is new information. So let's go ahead and do this right now, since that we need to finish up these connections, zip ties and bases. We have a couple of microfits here. B motor, yep. And the other side, and pins. Where are the other pins? There they are. Okay, so all of the crimping and Francois, deeping kit ordered. You will not regret it. So be careful with it. It does appear to be fragile. I haven't broken one yet, and replacement tips are available. So, but I imagine that just due to the nature of how thin the parts are on there, it's going to be fragile. So just be aware. Oops. I keep adjusting the wrong knob. There we go. Okay, so stepper right here. This is what we're going to work on. So we're going to add a connection in line. I want this to connect probably somewhere around there. It'll be a little extra. I want enough here to where it's not down to nothing. So I'm just going to cut that at a point. Kit came with an extra connector and pin, so I just don't want to cut it to run through the PG7 and waste a connector. Yeah, we did that we did exactly what you're working on right now, Eclipse, on Tuesday. I don't know if you saw that. Snip. I wonder how much boron design team opinion weighs with Big Tree Tech. That XT30 connector is not much of a rep wrap or proprietary, with little options to create custom. Well, it is pretty common in drone drone stuff. Apparently, it is. I would say I think it does fit our criteria, because we do look for. You don't necessarily have to have. You have to have multiple sources, and there are multiple sources for those. You can get the pins. You can even get them domestically. KB3D sells a kit that has the connector and the pins that you can crimp on yourself. So I think it's kind of on the edge, but I think it does satisfy, at least in my opinion, it satisfies the requirements. Okay, let's get this. This is going to be a little fun to do with the short wire here, but J-Ready depinning tool for MO3 is not expensive and it pays for itself in no time. Super expensive, especially the dual row ones. Well, and it's just so easy. It just works. It's one of the nicest little tools that I found, as far as a pretty specific purpose, but so worth it. Okay, I am going to be putting the male housing side on the stepper, so that means we get the female pins. So paper clips, if standard, could be a Voron component if there was some use case. Sure, absolutely, 100%. We'll figure out what order it should be here in a second. Zip ties and Voron red. We need the little, I don't know that I've looked. but the little super thin zip ties in a color. I haven't really looked for them to see if they are available. So what we probably want to consider, so just kind of expanding on that ask about things being what would be considered a part. If you're looking at using paper clips, can you give a reasonable description on what to buy to fit? Are they consistent enough between, if you always buy medium paper clips, is the diameter consistent enough to work within the design? Or do you have to say buy this brand or something? That would impact how, whether it would be something that we recommend as part of a build. Okay, so I think red, blue, green, black. Let's go with that. That's what it is on the board side. So let's go red, blue, Prusa paper clip have a 0.02 millimeter tolerance. It's perfect, John. As long as you can get paper clips with that tolerance from more than just Prusa, then we're good. Red, blue, green. And black. Let's push. Just make sure those are all seated. Put a little twist on here. I just have $50 shipping. Okay, now on this side, I'm gonna put the corresponding connector. Paper clip to hold the filament tube to the umbilical. Thoughts on the Sunloop filament joiner? Looks to work well. I am interested in that. My only thing about it is those little PTFE sleeves. How do those work? Does anybody know how they use those? Because it's a sleeve. Does it stay on there, or do you pick it off? How do you? I don't quite. I haven't looked at it close enough to understand the function of those. That consumable. So it has a consumable involved. Can you get those? Are there sources other than Sunloop for those? Shadell, thanks for being a member. What would you recommend for a first rig to learn about modding and programming to start gaining the knowledge to be able to build a Voron? Build a Voron. Build a V0, build a Trident, build a Switchwire. That'd be perfect. Sliding contact switch with a magnet. And just scrape them off after joining filaments. Okay. Do they just scrape off? So it's PTFE. What do they claim they can join? So if you're getting into ABS and some PETGs, are you hitting above the temperature that PTFE is safe? PTFE shouldn't be used in temperatures above, what is it, 230 or 240? Because it off gases at that point, and especially if you have birds in the area when you're using it. Aren't birds, isn't that the big warning, is that it's highly toxic to birds, that PTFE off gassing? So if they're recommending it for materials that require them to get the temperature up to those points, I'd be a little concerned. I hadn't seen if anybody has mentioned that or if it is actually a concern, but Selling 3 4-1s for 1,500, 2 2.4s, and 1 Trident. Just be careful what you're getting into for someone else's project. Check it out first. It might be a good deal. Highly toxic. Yeah, but highly toxic to humans in the dose that you might get versus the amount that is required to have an actual significant impact on a bird might be different there. Non-stick pan when I was a kid, things people should know. Yeah. Hey, Ella. Concentrations versus size, yeah. Okay, so we are going black, green, blue, red. Well, canary in the mine is an oxygen thing, or or is it another gas that they use that to as a monitor? No, canary in the mine is a toxic gas thing. Oh, okay. What particular gas? Is it the same? It's not the same as PTFE, right? Is it methane? Methane, okay. Methane natural gas tester, got it. Yeah, definitely. Poor canary. Something, I mean, I've mentioned this before, but it's worth reiterating. When I crimp this stuff, and especially using a manual crimper here, it's not a put it in place and squeeze. It's a put the terminal in place and then slowly work in, making sure that it aligns. Once it's settled into the spot, then squeeze. If you just squeeze, then you're gonna have a lot more failures than making sure it's aligned first before. And then these have the little panel things on them. So I am going to cut those off. Carbon monoxide, okay. Flexibility comes great care to be taken with those style of crimpers. Yep. Drop it in glass buildings, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to also noting that these are actual Molex branded housings and stuff that come in the kit, which is nice. So that goes like that. So then that sets my order. So black, green, blue, red. For some reason on these Molex, this side is always harder to push in. So just use my screwdriver on the back side of the terminal there. This is good. Giving up on the engineering crimpers completely. I'm still trying to get them to break in. No, yeah, I don't even bother using the engineering. Okay, so now that we've done that, this connector has to be able to fit through here, and it does. Good. So I don't have to slot these now. So that will just go through here, and it is removable. I knew a neighbor was a printer based on an Amazon misdelivery. I just showed it in my office. Good luck, John. 5 creases in north for 800, 1 Mark III, and Corning. We have a Corning here, close. Hey, it's Tor. It's been working on Trident's PCB clicky. I started to get errors for chamber therm and extruder therm. I repinned everything and checked, still happening. I think it's on the tool headboard. Okay, this is going to go here, and now this is going to go up into here, and then that'll just sit right like that. And we'll put some sleeving on this once we're closer to the end. Let's do that, and now let's do the other side. So same thing. How much did I cut off of there? Let's keep them the same. Looks like I cut it to about 65 millimeters. So we will do the same. I know you have a SHT CAN bus board. How does it run? I do. That's the Mellow. Well, I have the one that's rep firmware compatible. I haven't installed it yet. Other than that, I don't have any of the Mellow SHT series. I have the SB2040, but not the SHT. Just sitting here with spotted baby in Madagascar and hissing cockroach crawling over the label printer on my desk. What was I telling you, John? What was I telling you last stream? You brought that up. Would it be possible to double the height of a printer by using the bottom of a trident and the top of it? That's been brought up before, Delvin. That'd be an interesting setup. Okay. Can I get my, let's move this down. Oops. Aha. Sort of. Mine is running like 80 while printing ABS. So if it's SB24 or RP2040 based, the Pi RP2040 chip, I know that at least on the SB2040 from Mellow, the V1s reported at least a very high MCU temperature. That was significantly different in the V2 version. Like, it was reporting in the 70 to 80 C range on V1 and 50 on the V2. So I say reporting because I have no way of knowing if it's a indicated value or an actual temperature, but there were changes, at least in some of Mellow's lineup, between the versions on those boards. Should I put a heat sink on the Nighthawk? I don't know. What does it hit? Okay, so same thing. We are going red, blue, green, black. Let's see if I can do this. I got an odd, well, related to garage, but off-topic question. What are people using for vacuums nowadays? So I've got that new carpet in there that's basically black. I'm going to be bringing kittens into the environment that I'm assuming are going to shed. And my Dyson Animal whatever is well over 12 years old and very much not what it used to be. What are folks using for vacuums? With a pet head on it. Good old Henry vacuum. And something, is that one of those? It's like a $3,000 vacuum. Spurge on a Hyla. Doubles as an air filter. Pathetic Puma, thanks for being a member. For Trident integrated lead screw motors critical. I think you're going to have the most luck going with integrated lead screw motors. But with enough care and part selection, you can get away with others. You will have the easiest time maximizing Z height with integrated lead screw motors as well. Got a Henry Pet. Dyson repair parts are available and reasonably priced. This thing is so, I mean, it's very used. It's worth it to just replace it. And I'd like to try something different anyway. Costco has V15 on sale. What's the V15? Retractable hose vacuum in my house 10 years ago. I had to tear open walls and ceilings, but it was totally worth it. Things about Mayu. Give the Dyson a good cleaning. Oh, I've pulled that thing apart almost completely, Mr. Jackson, several times. I take it apart and clear out all the airways and everything. So. Isn't there a Voron vacuum cleaner? Clipper powered vacuum cleaner. What do we have? Red, blue, green, black. Red, blue, green. One thing I want to try with this next round of pets is one of those auto litter boxes as well. I like my Roomba. Just bought a Roomba yesterday. Interesting to watch. We've had Roombas in the past for the house, and we have mostly hard floors in the house now, and we have one of the sweeping version, different brand. But I don't think that would be very good in my shop there. I'm really looking for a whole house solution, but will get used quite a bit in that shop. Just noticed they still make rainbow vacuums. We got ours with door-to-door salesman in the 90s. I remember that. Coming in, they do their little vacuum demonstration. Litter robot, yeah. So I had someone contact me. I need to see if I can find that contact. They basically said they could get the friends and family discount for me for one of those auto. I have a hard time, especially a lot of my communication is on Discord, and Discord will save your chat history with someone, but you can't search for it after it's scrolled off the end of the display. So, hey Luke. Are we getting kittens? That's the hope. I have no timeline really, but I'm a step closer. My major thing for that was not introducing them to the house when I had the carpet in the other garage that smells like, honestly, at a pet level for sure, I couldn't smell it, but at pet level smells like another cat. So, hey Liz, you guys HM&L classes for shop vacs in USA as well? Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of that, Timo. Requires fluid dynamics experience, none of that here. Hey, Morden. It's basically a description of a particulate size filtering ability. I'm not sure. I'm not up to speed on that enough to be able to say. Black. Just had a can of bed adhesive explode on me. Uh-oh. That's not good. Sounds like a sticky situation. Blue. And red. Okay. Black, blue, green, blue, red, and then we need these guys. Need a close-up of that crimping technique? Sure. Next one I do. So let's make sure, oops, I'm gonna snip this off. Hey, Glendon. Kids have jobs and don't visit office. Had to let out a dad joke. Keep them flying, Patrick. No worries. What's your thoughts on the Mammoth 3D project? I've been looking forward to the Z-motor mounts and the tensioning system he has. What is the Mammoth project? I'm not immediately familiar with that. It's black. Green. Largely, do you use the same crimpers for most types, or do you use a variety for each time working on our Arduino project? I had DuPont JST and Ferro crimpers sitting here. So I use the iWis crimpers here for JST and Microfit, and other Molex, usually Molex, like Molex KK and Molex SL. I'll use these iWis 2820 iCrimp is what they're called now. I use these for almost everything. For DuPont's, I use either the Hosen 707s, which are I guess a relatively expensive crimper, or the iCrimp SN025 for DuPont's. And a database. VZN 2.4 hybrid, about the details though. Okay. And then I use a dedicated ferrule crimper from iCrimp as well for ferrules. For those kind of connectors, you basically need 3 different crimpers. If you buy decent ones, it's a lifetime investment though for obvious use. And honestly, I've bought every one of these. There's no relation here. iCrimp has been a good product. I have no problems recommending the crimpers that I've used from them. They are absolutely in the budget range. I would not spend engineer money when this works, especially considering I've not had good luck with my engineers. I do like many of the engineer products. I use the stripper, I use their solder sucker, I use some of their snipping flush cutters, their pliers, that kind of stuff. I just don't like their PA09 crimpers. I have the same ones, good, no problems, but it does need some getting used to. Yeah, I've been doing the channel for 3 years now, right? And you've seen how much I crimp, and this has pretty much been the go-to. It's still iWis, they just have a house brand of eye crimp. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, so that one is done now, and this is, which one was this? Was this the B? Yeah, this was B. That we can just plug in to the board now. Let me support it on this side. There we go. And that's gonna come up, and we'll have to disconnect this when we go to actually put the deck panel on, but that's gonna go there. And then our Z stepper just kind of sneaks down here and plugs in there. Kind of in the slot channel there. Okay, let's move this back up. Of course, let me unplug that Z stepper. That's why I did it. That's why I unplugged it last time, so I can move this without worrying about feeding into the board. Whether it actually causes a problem or not, it's just generally a good idea to unplug it. Okay. We have a few things that might be fun and interesting to get plugged in. There we go. One of them is the, where did I set it? I just had it. Oh, this guy. This is the SBC cable going from the 6HC to the Pi. We need to figure out a way to route this and make sure that it doesn't get in the way of that Z channel there. Wonder if this will go, I think it might. I think I'm gonna send it, can I send it underneath the Pi? Let's look. The reps at iWis are great. It's good to know. Friendly reminder number 2, welcome to the crimper. It does mean everybody. What are we talking about? Personally, I prefer the PA09 to my iWis crimpers, but I use the iWis for years. Yeah, I don't. Now, I suspect that there is a significant difference depending on when you purchased your PA09 and where it was made. And I think there's probably a factor here where quality is probably tanked for the PA09. Wherever they're making them, whatever, maybe the tooling they're using for them is wore out, because mine are newish. So I wouldn't be surprised if if you have older PA09s, they're probably the best crimper you've ever used. But okay, I am going to take the Pi off of this mount so I can run the ribbon cable from here directly underneath the Pi and plug it in here. So lots of knockoffs of PA09s being around as well. One of the Japan-made PA09s I have are from a reputable dealer, an official dealer. They're not Amazon specials, so the likelihood of them being genuine is very high. Do you have any recommendations for servos? I don't. I'm not up to speed on any of that. So I feel like there's a very good chance that the PA09s I've evaluated are genuine. And at the very least, the ones that are supposed to be the best from made in Japan instead of Taiwan are from a reputable dealer. So I still stand behind I think they've had a quality shift or something. Yeah. Okay, so that comes off. Let's plug this guy in here. That's going to get married there, and then we're just going to wrap it under. Is that the way I did this? Just that way. Yeah, I think I'll leave it just like that. I don't crimp enough to get them. I honestly, you know what? The same exact argument could be made. Maybe I've got the best iWis 3820s that have been made, or maybe they've changed their something and they're not as good now. So doing a switch wire build, but I think the standard tool head is very bulky. Recommended it on the light version. So anything, I think, well, with switch wire, you got to look for something that's going to be compatible with the X carriage. I think you could use Zoll or Dragon Burner on a switch wire. Some parts that are get molded in PA9 glass fiber. Nope, not the same. Okay, and then, so now this is going to go around, and let's just set that there for a second. This is going to be a very tight squeeze to get this up in here. Oh, aha! Just dropped right in. Support to the board here. Awesome. Now this can plug back in, and the high power now that ribbon cable is definitely sticking up, so there we go. Okay, so I've got this kind of bent down way underneath. There's no chance. And what I'm going to do is run a zip tie around the DIN rail to just kind of hold that ribbon cable down out of the way. There is lots of room there. We've got no chance of it rubbing, getting in the way. Where is, I just had a bag of zip ties. Oh, they're there. Flat cable with 40 pin, take me back 20 years when I had to mount IDE hard disks in tight cases. Yeah. DigiKey if you want to be sure of getting genuine. Quality of the crimper is not as important as having a good technique. This is true. That is true. Oh boy, this is. So just running one little zip tie just to make sure that for some reason it doesn't. Just going to set that right on top. It's not even squeezing on the ribbon cable. All it's doing is holding it down out of the way. Okay. Next is there's a little, I think it's this guy. Is it this guy? Or there's a couple of cables around here. We need to hook up CAN The hookup can for the, which one is it? Ah, this one's network, this one's can. Finger slicer cases were die punched with no edge treatment. You know, it's funny because when I was in high school, at the very end of high school, I worked in a glass shop and I was cleaning up and I'd help with a little bit of glass things. But I always joked that I cut myself far more working on computers at that time than working in a glass shop. Yeah. Okay, so we have a cable here. So the 3HC, these are the can, there's a can in and out, and here's a can out on the 6HC. Myself with my sharp whip all the time. Let's see, let's use the docs, no, not docs.ldo. Docs.duet. Let's go to the Duet 3 family. That math checks out. You're way more cautious, exactly. Knowing that cut hazards are everywhere, yep. Poor quality cases in Char. Spokes inside computer cases are very hazardous. Well, and this was in the mid 90s, early to mid 90s, for sure. More so than now, for absolutely. We don't really care about the 6HC. We know what it's what port we use on this. So let's go to the Duet 3HC. And it's one of these. So down here, if we scroll down, it's going to be a wiring diagram. And can FD in. Can FD out. So we're going to go with the in. So that right there, the one closest to power is in. So let's see how we're going to route this. We're going to need to pull this cover off. George Stream guys, wish me luck going back to work after over 10 days of COVID at home. Good luck, Kobe, and glad you're feeling better. Might be at Smurf after all. See how things go. Awesome. So this has to plug in over here first. Okay, try that. Get a grip on this to kind of pull it in. There we go. Okay, snapped in, and then pull it around here. Up through here. So there, little loop. Make sure we don't catch that locking tab on something and bend it back. So then a little loop there, and then through here. And I'm going to take it out somewhere around there probably. Let's put this back in. There we go. So that's around there. It's not anywhere close to anywhere it can rub. Right there. Okay. That looks pretty good. Not anywhere close to the Z shaft. This wire here is, though. This is the signal for the SSR. Figure something out with that. Okay, so that's there, and then there is we have this other cable for bringing network out to this back panel. A little super thin, looks like a monoprice Ethernet cable. It is 3 foot, but those wires are really thin. Let's bring up. Okay. Almost 100 lights with 173 people here. We're doing good. Okay, how am I going to run this? It is 3 feet. We've got to go up and around here. I think I can. I might do that. Do it like that. And pull it. Just kind of pull it into here. Under these. Tuck it into the extrusion here. Tuck it into the extrusion. Plug it into it. What would you describe the typical working? There, snip. All right, like that. I think that'll work. Probably work towards making sure things stay in their spots. But that is plugged in. Okay, what else do we have to do here? Something we should do, which Charles reminded me last time, is I don't think we actually checked the voltage output on the power supply. I don't think we actually checked the power output. So, in order to do that with the least amount of disruption is, let's unplug the 5-volt external from the 5-volt external unplugged, and let's don't look, Bill. Don't look. Don't look, Bill. Let's pull these out. Oh, that zip tie just pulled apart. Put these out and away. Okay, is that the main things? Let's grab some. Should have done this earlier. So what I'm doing right now is I'm disconnecting all of the power things and just making sure that they do not touch anywhere. Okay, just kind of holding things out of the way. The problem at hand, everything is based in fact. Unknowns identified using highlighted the perfect work, that kind of thinking and approach. I learned many years ago, once bitten, twice shy, why I run Linux. So I need my voltmeter. Now I said if I had to go to the other garage to find anything, I'd be in trouble. However, I'm pretty sure I know exactly where my voltmeter is because it stayed in the drawers in that desk. So I'm gonna be right back. You'll get your first view of RCF today, watching him dance. Be right back. Okay. Oh, shoot. So I said don't look, Bill, because I wasn't using my special PB Swiss screwdriver for the terminals, because I was actually using it to do some electrical work in the other garage, and it's still over there, and I forgot to grab it while I grabbed the multimeter. So okay, let's zoom out. And do I have anything? I need to unplug the Pi. I don't want to power it up. So unplug the Pi. Controllers don't have power. Nothing else has power. So we're good. The SSR, or the buck converters have power, but I actually want to check the output on those too. So let's plug this in and see what happens. Okay, turn the switch off, plug it in, and everything is looking okay. Saw it. Sent you a message on Discord and don't know if you got it. I did, Charles. I just haven't. I was so busy yesterday. If you go back, if you didn't get a chance to see the beginning of stream, you'll see how busy I was yesterday. I will get back to you. Okay, power supply turned on. So let's see what our voltages are. So this is cramped, so I'm going to be extra careful, making sure I don't short the leads out. What do we have? 24.08, that's good. Smash that like button, 111 likes. 112 now. Okay, so we have 24 volts on the power supply. On the 12 volt buck converter, we have 12 volts. These are not adjustable. So we have 12.12 volts. And the 5 volt, we have 5.04. Awesome. Okay, so that was the quick sanity voltage test. Everything is good. Let's turn this off. You know, sent over to West 3D right now. What? What? What happened? Did folks get sent over? What is going on? You did? That's weird. There is a redirect. So we are raiding into West 3D's Meet the Maker with RCF at 4 p.m. today, my time, which is 4 hours and 20 minutes from now. So, okay, it wasn't widespread at least. So there is a redirect. The end of this stream is going to send people over to West 3D. If we are all the way up to that point, it'll just be a seamless transition between our stream and theirs. I don't know if I'm going to end up going 6 hours today, so it'll at least get you set up for the West 3D stream later. Maybe the invite connected you? Okay. Just wanted to make sure something weird wasn't happening. Okay, so that is that. So now, since I forgot my thing, I just need to plug all these back in. Oh boy, this is going to be... This is going to be fun. That's good. Okay. There we go. Won't be here. I have to leave here by 7:45. That's fine. It's just set up for any folks that want to check that out. Gives a good support of that to them. Go back. Watch that stream tonight. They're being rowdy right now. Okay, so that one's back together. It's 2,400 for me. Okay, that's there. High power back in. Now everything is powered. I just plugged back in. That is, oh, funny. I unplugged the Y stepper, not the Z, when I was changing it to move the thing. Oh well. Okay, the other thing I want to do is I want to swap out these. I grabbed my sleeving, which is a little larger diameter, because I couldn't find the stuff that KB3D sent, but they did send it. Pull this. Oh, Biden stepped down. Is the frame already grounded? That is a great question. Does it ground? It is not. It probably should be. this will be grounded, but the rest of the frame is not. Stepped out, well, yeah, stepped out of the race, I got it. Okay, so that's there. We have sleeving for the proper stuff, which is, where did I put this? Is a little bit thinner. It's thinner enough to where this won't be quite swimming in it quite as much. So if that goes there, that tucks up into there. Let's plug this in and see how far we go. Nemo. So right about to there is where I'm gonna go. So here. So I would prefer not to have any political discussion in chat. Let's focus on the build. So no problem bringing up the news point, but we won't expand on it here. Okay. This stuff is too small, I think, for my, even the smallest. I think it's too small even for this stuff. I might be able to make it work. Let's see. Ah, it slips right out of there. Let's try it again, because this is a pain. This is a little 3D printed jig for inserting. I'll just go slower. I think I tried to go too quick. A little 3D printed jig for inserting wires into this split sleeving. Ah, it didn't actually. I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to chat. That works. Small wrench works the same. Small wrench, you need to be able to fit the other end of the wire through it though, right? Okay, still it's quite a the bigger one's 10mm wrench. Do we think Formlabs will retain a 5K system or adopt it into the 30K? They won't retain a 5K. I'd be very surprised. Okay, just tie that to the end, and then that's going to end up going tucking into here. And I think we're going to probably need some sort of assistance for that to stay tucked. Probably could have gone a little longer on that, but it'll be okay. It'll still be hidden. Gonna do the same here. So this is going to come down here, probably go here. Actually, this down, and into here, probably about that long. Right there. I do have, I forgot to show this when I was showing rapid TCT or various things, but this came from open source, and this was printed on that Micronics machine. This is a little trinket they were giving away. So cool little print. Yeah, this is barely working. Oh, and then I lost it. This is a little 3D printed tool off of printables, and I'm pretty sure I just scaled that one to smaller. I don't know that there were multiple of them out there. See, Pascal? Okay. So now there we go. You thinking you'll get them to turn on this printer today? I don't know. That's a good question. We probably should, and just do some basic checks before we put the deck cover on. Just make sure things work, end stops get triggered, that kind of thing. But we probably won't make it actually move today. So that goes in there. That. And then the other side. So this comes down here. So probably go about there. You can make it move my hand. I've already done that. No cookies. Just me, or is it taking a hot minute for you to receive your Magneto? Well, well, here's the full story on the Magneto. So I did pre-order Magneto, and oops, wrong way. So I pre-ordered a Magneto, and I was offered to be in their pre-release testing group based on that. And so I've had a Magneto since January. Now, I'm still going to receive a production unit, but it's intentionally taking extra time, I should say. Let's try this again. So it's actually been discussed. It should be here relatively soon, like the next several weeks. Once I have the production unit, then we'll find some time to check it out here on stream. But this is just too small of sleeving for that. It's not. Anyway, yeah, we'll check it out on stream, but I haven't really wanted to go through the pre-release one because so many changes have been done to it, and I want to check out the full thing. And mine's been updated quite a bit, not 100% to production, but so it's not that I pre-ordered one, and I still haven't received it. I did receive one, but I haven't been in a hurry to get the production one because I've been working with and on the pre-production one. Plus, waiting this long just means I'll get all the very latest updates already on the production one. Okay. What's this? Go right this way. Sorry for being late. Hey, Andres. Other people got on the E3D survey that asked questions about if one would be interested in a pellet-based printer. So I got that survey. I didn't actually open it. I haven't had a chance yet. Oh, 11:58. 1 hour and 2 minutes till Polymaker filament giveaway time. How are we doing on likes? Pretty decent. Did I miss much crimping? You missed a good amount of crimping. I don't know if we're done crimping or not. Okay, those will end up getting unplugged here when we put the deck panels on. This gets us on the way. Okay, what is next? We have everything under there is all wired up. We have not actually plugged in. So we have this guy here, which we have way too much wire for. It's gonna go up in here, and that connector is on the other side. So it's gonna go under and plug in right here. So I'm gonna actually redo that. But what way do I want this to go? All of these go that way, so I can actually use up some of that length by taking it around this way. Maybe I don't have to redo it if I take it that way. If I take it up through here and then plug it in right there, I won't have to recrimp it. And what I'll use is some slot cover to hold that into this slot here. So let me see if I can find some of the appropriate length. Bunch right here. This. And I'll just use a continuous piece. So this is 2020 extrusions, so we can use some 2020 slot cover. And how long do I want this to be? Probably here to about here. That'll do. I'll just use one of these. Okay, so if that comes up around here, I can take this and insert it in there. Well, we hadn't done any real work with these yet. We will. This comes around, plug in. Take a short section of this because I can. Where is it? There we go. Oh, ow. How long do I want? Probably about that. Okay, let's put this here. This will help. This help really keep it out of the way. Oops. Right there. And this plugs in. There. Like that. Okay. So that is in place. Sorry, probably. Trying to tuck this network cable in the slot here. Okay, okay. It was so hot yesterday working on that garage. I think I went through 7 of these drinking. Okay, how do these? So I think, is that everything that runs through here? Can I close up this chain? I think I can close up the chain. Is there anything else that goes? No, I have ground wires. I have, where's the ground wire? Why isn't the ground wire in there? Why isn't the ground wire in there? Let's see what we have. What did it say about... It's good that you stayed hydrated though. Oh yeah, I was absolutely, I knew. I mean, I was sweating so much. I had to. It should be up here. So this is stepper. Let's go all the way up. I want to see what the, there's the bed. This is bed stuff plugging in, but where, it's bed thermistor. Where is the, was there a ground wire included? Wiring box here. I don't see a ground for the bed. Got bed here. Bed ground is a direct run ground. Right, of course, Luke, but I'm looking for the actual ground wire. I'm looking for the, if the ground wire was included in the harness stuff or not. And I'm not prepared to say it wasn't included because I've had a hard time keeping track of parts for everything. Let me, it's yellow green wire in the other garage. Probably accurate. Actually, no, it wouldn't have gone to the other garage. I wouldn't have put it, I didn't bring any Blackbox build stuff over there. It's got to be in here if it was included. Question of if it was included. Don't remember. Don't remember. Where would it have gone if I did have it? This is this. I mean, there's only so many places it would be if I had it, and I'm not seeing it, so. Could still be tucked away somewhere, but we'll just find something else to use. Yeah, it's not here. Okay, so where is the bed ground? Where do they want us to hook it at in the solid state relay? Music? What about music? Other interests. Oh, I see. You were correcting a typo. Okay, so this is AC. This is solid state relay. Rear side. This is the. Okay. Heated bedway goes. That's for the thermistor and neutral. Live goes back to there. Bed thermistor goes there. And then a ground goes here, but where do they want us to hook that ground up to the is that? What are they doing here? Oh, oh, it's direct to the bed, not into the Wago. Direct to the bed then. Okay. I would have probably preferred to see it incorporated into the Wagos, just from a easy to disconnect the bed instead of have to undo a screw. Where is that? Oh, I'll need to find a screw to connect that. What wire am I going to use? And where am I going to connect it to down here? What am I gonna do? Color. Home with red tinge when we're making cutting line. Let me see where my wire box is for that. Got that. What is in here? Looking for a heavier gauge green wire. There we go. Heavier gauge green wire. Got it. This is from an old Mega Squirt wire. It's TXL or GXL insulated. It was labeled S1, but it's green and it will work. So grounding the bed, I guess we'll ground it back to the power supply, and that means running another wire through all of this. See if I can do this. It's, what is it, an irradiated PVC? It's basically, I think one of the main things that makes it is high temp. GXL or TXL is how it would be referred to as, I think. Hey, Eric. I'm using an old Mega Squirt wire here. Eric used to do the Mega Squirt stuff with us. There's the other crimper. It's just a generic crimper for these type of terminals I use. What's that? This one. Non-print TPU on a bamboo P1S. Surprisingly, oh yeah, wiring can be extremely complex. Put this back. This is an 18 gauge wire. Be fine for the bed ground. Oops. Oh, hi Mila. How are you? How's your summer going? Oh. I had no idea you did Mega Squirt too. That's so cool. Not on the STI. So I stopped doing that a long time ago. If you've been into Mega Squirt stuff long enough, if you ever heard of RS Autosport, I helped my friend who owned that run that. So if you got a custom Mega Squirt from us, I probably worked on it. Okay, take this, squeeze it in. Very, very tight here. That counterweight wiggles quite a bit. Yeah, but it doesn't, I mean, it's inside the enclosure when things, inside the panels anyway, when things are done. So I stayed up too late too, Bill. I was up well past midnight last night. Get this thing up in there. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna go, so that's the ground for the bed. Let's see if we can get this to just kind of follow along. Woohoo! GXL copper conductor that is wrapped with cross-linked polyethylene insulation, provides extreme flexibility and excellent performance in high temperature environments. Can you try TXL? I can never remember. I know we use TXL and GXL wires in these harnesses, and I don't remember which is which. Okay, that goes through there. Hopefully this is long enough. I didn't actually check to see if this was going to be enough wire to run through this whole thing. No, probably good you got out of the Mega Squirt stuff, because the government definitely started bring down those types of devices. TXL thin wall cross-linked. Okay. Oh yeah, that'll be long enough. Good. Well, I mean, in terms of modding cars in general, absolutely. There are constant fights in what should be allowed and what is and isn't. The purpose of the Mega Squirt project was originally to provide an ability to fuel inject older carbureted vehicles. So that'll continue to be a useful case for it. Okay, is there anything else that needs to go through this cable chain? So we've got that. Hey, Mr. Trib. I'm gonna go ahead and close this up, I think. And I'm going to zip tie this on the bottom. May have gotten one of yours. Had a Mega Squirt box for an old VW Rabbit I built up. I think it was 2004. Did you get it from RS Autosport, or is it labeled as an RS Autosport Mega Squirt? If so, then we had them all labeled with serial numbers and everything. Okay, all of this is going to kind of come up here and get anchored underneath this bed somehow. Use the same type of insulation, have roughly the same operating temperature range. Okay. So that's going to go there. one more down here. Just double it up. Couldn't say anymore, but it sounds familiar. Sold that build in 2017. So my project car for the Mega Squirt stuff was a 98 Dodge Neon. I put a turbo from the later released SRT4 on it and ran fuel and spark control through the Mega Squirt. Now, one of the things we were known for is developing a add-on board, an adapter, to be able to read the crank signal from the 420A, which is the engine code for the Dodge Neon series of motors. And that allowed folks with Neons to run one on their vehicles. Okay, so if we do that, now one thing we had not done is actually strip the wires for these. So let's pull these out and actually strip the wires. I'm gonna move this insulation that I did to mark that wire, just so it's a little further up there so it can be seen. And let's do that. And I am gonna put a ferrule on this. Yeah, when I put that turbo on there and got it tuned, wrong size. What is black here? Oh, no wonder that's 16 gauge. Okay. Where did I put those? Here we are. So in '98, they didn't have a high output. I had the dual overhead cam. It was an RT. In 2002, they on the regen, on the second gen Neon, they did have a high output version of the single cam motor. That's what I think you're referring to. But anyway, mine was a 98 with the dual cam. I ended up doing a ton of modification to it and putting the SRT turbo on it. I don't know what power it actually put down, but on street tires at the local drag strip, I ran a 13.8 at 105. A little Neon, which, I mean, in 2004 or whatever, when that was, it wasn't as common to have these high output, as much output out of cars as it is now. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. It's those two wires. Thermistor, we're going to do the same. High school days project was a 50 Dodge pickup that my brother and I dropped a Corvette drivetrain into. Nice. I had a 62 Chevy truck as my basically first car. It was an old farm truck. It would turn a 12.5 quarter mile. Nice. Let's see. Yeah, those front wheel drive on Falcon Azenas tires, I think. Thermistor. Oh, this is, oh yeah, this is all for the, okay, all of that is there. So what I want to do probably is take another little piece of this slot cover and use it to anchor the wires in the bottom. But before I do that, I'm going to anchor the wires here. So if I pull all of these through and then do the whole little, figure out at what point it is the middle of travel along that cable chain. For obvious reasons, you wouldn't tell us that was done to the STI, but now that it's gone, do you care to share what was done? Oh, that's right. That's right. My STI was basically the big thing with it. It was modified to run E85, so ethanol. Had a flex fuel sensor from Cobb Tuning. It had their 20G big turbo, big quote unquote. Their big turbo setup with large injectors. I kept with a top mount intercooler, but it was a Grimspeed. It was 409 horsepower and 410 foot-pounds of torque. Dyno tuned on a Mustang dyno by a very reputable shop here in the area. It was, oh no, that wasn't the Neon. Don't knock it. The Neon was an SRT4 turbo, which is an itty bitty little thing. We're talking the STI now that I just got rid of. The STI was quick. And all of that meant that you mentioned fuel efficiency. All that meant that I got a whopping about 12 miles per gallon. Now, E85 in general has a reduced energy output, so you need more fuel for the power. Okay. Get around here one of these so I can anchor this up into the bottom of the extrusion here. I don't have a good angle on it. And I don't really have enough wire to do it well. What was that? What happened? It was always hard to get around here. Well, one of the reasons I did this is I have an E85 station 1 mile from my house. So it's very, very easy to get around here. This is really annoying. Just don't have enough wire to do this well. I need to pull some back from underneath, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this and pull some back from in here. So I've got lots I can pull. Get things wired on top here and then anchor the cable chains. Okay. That pulled through. So yeah, it was a very fun car. It just played its course for me. There we go. Now that'll hold that up underneath there. 1, 2. This. There we go. I love the cars. What got me into the printer space, actually. Nice. Okay. See, probably never got hit by the car bug. Yeah, it was. I was hit by it for a very long time. Okay, so anchor it up here. All those right like that. Enough slack on this side. That's going there. One more through here. The very first SRT4 in Texas. It was a lot of fun. I later upgraded to stage 2. Sold it when we had kids. Yeah. I always wanted an SRT4. I just couldn't afford it. So I kept modifying my 98. I was a little into the neons. I was an admin on the neon forums. I've owned 5 of them, all first gens, all 2-door, all dual overhead cam. I had 2 RTs, an ACR, and, oh, did I? 2 RTs, I had 4. I had 2 RTs, an ACR, and a 95 Sport Coupe. 97 ACR, that's their American Club Racer series. So one of the things about the Neon is a very popular SCCA Solo 2 and road course car. So Dodge made an edition with Coney struts and stuff called the ACR, and there wasn't no difference in power. It was a basically the suspension and the ability to get fewer options for less weight. Had my 05 Neon SXT, nice. Okay, so let's pull that up into there. Okay, bed wiring is all up there now. What else do we have? bed wiring is there. We need to get away. Got this wiring, which we can, I'm gonna replace these things. So let's go in there and do that. So I was having trouble with these clips for holding the bundle there. For the sleeving size that came with this, I think these are a little small. And also it printed like this, so it's weak in this clamping. I think even though everything came print oriented, I think it probably was intended to print like this. I'm not sure though, but still, I think it's a little small for this sleeving. So I printed, where did those go? Where'd my pile of printed parts go? So I made just a basic version here with a slot for a zip tie instead. It's the same part, based on the same part. I'm hoping I can get this in there and use a zip tie instead. What product are you using on that glorious? I blow dry it, and I have the best damn beard balm is what it's actually called. It's mostly because it's got a good texture to it, but the smell is better than most, according to my wife. So that's what I use. Okay, let's see how this works. Tweezers. Tweezers. I've used their oil. It's always looking pristine. Have a good stream. See you, Sean. I think the thing that changed maintaining a beard for me was, and I've mentioned this before, is the idea around using a blow dryer on it. It really helped straighten it out. That worked. That worked pretty well. I may have to redo that because I have water lines to run through there, but yeah, that'll work. So let's get the rest of these out and swap them out. They're going to be fun to get in there and get zip ties around them, but that's fine. There we go. Oh, we only have 20 minutes until filament giveaway time. We are nearly at parity for viewers and likes. That's awesome. Now, I'd much rather the likes go up and not the viewers go down, but There's one over here. Not sure what is going to connect to it. Oh, we have more likes than viewers now. Nice. Okay, all of those have been replaced. The other thing we need to start doing is working on our umbilical wiring. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to powering it on today. We need to do these. So let's see what is in. So we're past the heated bed. We got the offset switch installed. That is all installed. We have the 12 volt converters installed. The 5 volt is installed. It's fine. Wire routing for the power supplies is done. Panel view display, I'm still kind of waiting to install that. Do you have an engineering background? Sorry, I haven't recently found the hobby in your streams. I do not. When I entered college, I had the intent to be a mechanical engineering major. I switched over to computer science and then just got a good job in computer science. So just switched over to that. That's the duet and then tool docks. We got all those wired in and connected. These are the tools. So there's a 65 centimeter harness for each tool that's going to get installed. Closure lighting we did. Now I haven't looped those in yet, but that's not important. And then tool head. Okay, so this is all the tool head stuff. So let's get past this. Excuse me. Hey, Michael. How's this manual compared to the Voron's ones? Well, the document I'm in right now is a work in progress. So now the documentation in general is a work in progress. The early documentation, some of the screenshots are hard to deal with, but they're all being redone. Extruder motor, tool lock motor, and stuff. We did all this. So let me skip through. Part cooling fan. Y end stop, I think is plugged. Yep, that's hooked up now. We wrap that in the 5mm sleeve. B motor. Okay, this is where we picked up. And then the A motor. Now, I was not able, well, if I had used the wire that came with it, I would have maybe been able to run it through there, but I just ducked across right here. I didn't take the full loop. This is Z motor, just goes right there. And wiring diagram. Okay, so we need to create harnesses to go to each of these tools. So they are going to plug into this little board back here and come up through these slots here and meet up with the piano wire that's going to go from here to here. And then each of the tools, we need to plug in our, all that we're hooking up here is that Revo heater and thermistor. So let's put one of those on here. Got those right here. Building and wiring are parts of entering into build. I don't scare me. Programming side of it all just makes a brain mush. It can, for sure. So this snaps onto there. There we go. Just like any other Revo heatsink setup. I'm printing with any of the Polymaker's metallic ABS range. Stephen Mikado has posted the GPs in my Discord. He posted some pictures of the of Polymaker's metallic ABS range. I'm gonna put that right there. And then this kind of helps hold it off to the side. Now where this connects to the rest of the stuff, there's a connector right there. Anyone needing cheap and good quality PLA Elegoo is selling 10 kilogram packs for as low as 108 euros. Nice. The bed is 300 by 300. Yes, 300 by 300 bed. So that's gonna go there. While I'm right here, I'm going to shrink the label. Just make it take up less space. See, it's a heat shrink label. Okay, so those are gonna go there. You wanted to add the thermistor wires to the shrink wrap. Remember quickly you wanted to add the thermistor wires to the shrink wrap. Oh, I probably should have, huh? Let's try it on this one. Let's see if that'll work. Yeah, I was going to. That's annoying to forget. Let's do that. Get an opportunity. If Eclipse is still around, you can see how fantastic this depinning tool is. Let's see if this is going to be feasible anyway. So this guy just goes in here, pushes in. Yep. Gotta get that. There we go. There's one. That's it. This is, like they said, $30, $35 for the pair. There's one of these for the male housing and one of them for the female housing. Now I am gonna go through here. A hobby knife is a nice thin edge. I'm gonna very gently bend these little tangs back into place. Very gently, just to make sure everything stays. You don't bend them too far, just a tiny little bit. And then let's see if this will, if we can get those to go up through here. And we can, and I wish I would have done that on the other one. Oh well. Okay, let's get these all lined up. gonna put this on tool 1. See how this lines up. I'll probably shift that to the other side of the heater wires. Just like that. Made from a very hard alloy that is machined by EDM process, therefore super accurate. Yeah, I imagine it's still, they sell spares. They sell spares for a reason. If you're abusive with it, it's going to, it can fail. Now we'll shrink that. Throw this connector back on here. There we go. And that'll go behind there. Okay, so that goes there. Are all of these 60 watt heaters? 60, oh, there's a 40. Because I have more than what I have. These are all 60 watt, okay. I was hoping I had an extra 60 and then I could just redo that one. Without the weekly streams, how long do you think this build would take? Oh, I mean, if I could work on this without creating content for it, I could work on it for an hour a night or whatever. If I could work on it in little bits, it would have been done a long time ago. But I guessed how many streams this would be, this build would be before I started, and I have myself down for 10 streams. Now it's probably going to be more like 12, but still, that's not too bad. Yeah, so this tool I'm using is in my little Amazon creator store. That is an affiliate link store. Nope, where'd the spring go? Uh-oh. I dropped the spring and didn't realize it. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a problem. I'll snag it off this. I'll snag it off the 40 watt one I had there and hope I can find it later. There we go. Set the other way. Which one goes on this side? Let's go here. Hey, Sanity, welcome. Are those Bestagon tray stackable? No, but I think someone did a remix for a stackable version. I did talk about the floor. Very beginning of the stream. Yeah, Connor Feb. Off-topic question again, is a 3mm ID PTFE tube for reverse Bowden better enough than a 2mm that should get some? Yes, 100%. If you can find some 2.5mm, that's not bad either. The friction concerns are real. This is far better than the official Molex one. Now I think the reputation for the Molex one breaking is because of technique. Technique used. But I think people tend to pry instead of twist with the official Molex one. If that makes sense. I think if you twist with it, it's going to last longer. I like the Molex tool about as much as you like the PA09s. But in this case, I wouldn't blame you, because yes, it is a fragile tool. I think some of that reputation, though, is because of technique. Because I've had good luck with the official Molex tool. It's just this one is so much better. I think one of the advantages to this tool here is the opportunity to reuse the pins is much higher. You have a much greater chance of being able to reuse instead of having to recrimp a new one on. Now you get to do this once or twice at the most, bend these little terminals back into place. They will fatigue and break. I feel like I can count on once being able to do it, and anytime after that, it's a gamble on whether it's going to break one of those little tangs off or not. Yeah. Now for this other one, what I'll probably do is put a larger piece of heat shrink just on either end of the label, just to hold them together, and then that'll satisfy the same purpose. And an X-Acto knife is nice for this because you can kind of get the sharp edge of it in there to be able to grab it and pry it out just a little bit. When's the giveaway? 1 minute ago. The giveaway is 1 minute ago. So if you haven't yet, link is in the pin post in the description. Polymaker filament. Get entered, and I will start a countdown here in a moment. this on here. Yeah, these are amazing. You're right, Bill. Just the how intricate the machine must be to create these little stamped things. Here, let's get a guesses in chat. Who's gonna win today? Whose name am I gonna draw today? Here, we'll do that once I get the list of names up on the board. Okay, that is all of those in place. So let's pull up wheel of names. That's right. So if you're new here, you have to be here to win. I closed the entry form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. The patience I have for that 3 seconds reduces the longer it goes on. So if you like to play the gamble on trying to get in the last one, then feel free. So let's see. We're going to start the countdown at 3. Hey, Ronnie. 2. Currently don't have a printer, not for a few months. 3, 2. Can't type when I watch on the TV. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. Make sure I'm caught up on chat. Pick me, pick me. Oh, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Last one. Last one. Done. Okay. Let's see. Now that you'll be able to see a names list, who got in here first? Little Brat, you got in there first. Who got in the last one? Brain Twist. We don't have a Scott here today. Okay, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Someone not your name, who's gonna win? Picture in the wheel there is one. I was trying to find a high-res one for those cards. Oh, I could have sent you one there. The cards look great. I need to get back to you. I'm going to put one on Charlie Wire, but I've just been so busy with these other garage projects. We're all winners, of course. Let's see. Here, let's shuffle that. Let's get a few names up there. Pick a name. Who's going to win? I want to see if someone guesses. Let's shuffle it again. Yeah, it's a Pathetic Puma made a little card, commemorative card for Charlie Wire that I'm going to mount to the printer. Okay, we're going to pick. Daniel says Phil Morris is gonna win. So PHILMORRIS and spin. Who is it? Who is it? Labor Hines. Labor Hines, are you here? Labor Hines. More. Labor Hines, if you're here, say something in chat. You have 2 minutes to say something. There you are. Awesome. Congrats. Let's copy that. Congratulations. Let me get you pasted in here. Perfect. Is that a valid email? I think talking about the extension, is googlemail.com a valid email? Are you on Discord, Labor Hines? As a domain, yes. Legacy, but valid. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to check. I didn't want to send something and have it bounce. It was the old form. It's legacy Gmail. Okay. Just like I do check. Then this is why I check, because if something looks weird, then I like to bring it up and make sure I mitigate any issues early. So it will still go to the same address. Perfect. I had not seen that before. So awesome. Congrats. If you are in the US or Canada, you will get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US or Canada, then you go to a page that's a form. You get to pick from a long list of filament to have a roll sent to you. So, awesome. You'll get an email from me sometime between now and the next stream. So let's close this. Okay, let me bring up, you missed my question while you were working on the microfits. What was your question, Michael? The form confirms valid email. Oh, does it? Does it confirm valid email formatting, or actually that it's a working address? I bet you it's just formatting. I feel like I do a pretty good job of catching questions in chat, but I do miss some. So feel free to just repeat it there, Michael. Scott. Turtle has educated me on Raspberry Pi now. Good. Oh yeah, I was gonna unpin. So we're gonna do a couple of things here. We're gonna unpin that post. We are going to share and copy that. Let's do that. And this. On your Gmail as a filter too. Give your email with a dot to services you know might spam. Tried once. Michael, I asked about your Eddy probe and asked if you had any beacon or cartographer and if you had decided where to install them and where. I do not have a beacon or cartographer. I have the Duet scanning Z probe on a V2 that's working and functional. And I have not installed an Eddy anywhere. Okay, so after this stream at 4 p.m. Pacific time is Meet the Maker with West 3D and special guest is RCF. So this RCF. That one. The other thing I need to do, all my little housekeeping stuff for the post giveaway stuff, is delete this link in the description. Save. Perfect. Now that that is all done, let's go to the tool docs document. I think some stuff is in there. Tool doc. Okay. More opportunities for him to pose for more means. I used this one because it was on my stream though. So. You out here, Bruno? See you, Bruno. Oh, we're done. Let's go. I don't think we need to go that far back. Is there anything in here on... Oh, okay. Is there another document that might have the FDM tool adjustments? Let's try this one. That's in there. This is just kind of getting them lined up. Is there information on FDM tool umbilical? This is what we're looking for. Where's the Haribo? This would be closer to what is the other brand? Considering it's US based, it starts with an A. I'm drawing a blank. Okay. There are a few wires, connectors that connect directly to each tool. In totality, they are the Bowden tool tubing, thermistor wiring, and heater wiring. Spring steel wire for umbilical hoop support. During this guide, we'll be installing 1 and 4. Albanese, thank you. That's it. Let me stay until the giveaway, until we have to go to grocery shopping. See you, Tanner. Too much of an idiom. Max is an awesome human being, well worth knowing. Yes, 100%. 100%. Begin by preparing 1 meter length of Bowden tubing for the tool being installed. Only one end of the tubing needs to be cut with a clean and square face, the side that will interface with the tool. Spring steel wire is supplied most often in the form of a wire coil. We have that. Locate the midpoint. Do I have this spring tool? I have a box of tools. Here they are. Did I print the spring tool? We have a box of tools. And I have other miscellaneous printed parts that we will need, like water cooling clamps and brackets and stuff I had thrown in here. Nope, don't go. Okay, found it. I'm gonna put these over here. Oh, getting crouching. It's not fun. See ya, Marcel. Have a good one. Okay, had I printed this? Yep, there it is. I printed it. Oh, are there 2 pieces to this? Yeah, that's probably this. Awesome. What is... Huh. I'm curious what this heat set here is for. Crouching builder hidden. Just sore muscles. Very sore. Just all over. So much movement yesterday. Okay. Insert an M3 heat set at a depth of 1 millimeter beyond flush. Feed both ends of the spring wire through. Align the previously marked midpoint of spring wire. Install an M3 flathead. Length is unimportant. Secure the wire to the printed tool. Okay, so there isn't supposed to be. I was a little concerned that we might need to have a hole in this for a screw. Hey, Garrett. How are you? I do need another heat set though. Let's see if any of these that I marked as malformed. This one will work. This one is not as weird as the others. So let's get that heat set inserted. Just opened up my salsa pre-orders. Awesome. Salsa instead of hot sauce. Do a little quick. If anybody doesn't know, go check out pexpeppers.com. Get some really nice hot sauce, and apparently is venturing into salsa. Okay, so I've installed that about 1 millimeter down. Now the problem I see here is it's not. Oh, I guess it isn't. Okay, that just does that. That'll be fine. New category on my site, salsa. Pre-orders are in there. Awesome. What I'm thinking is this gets a flathead, an M3 flathead, which shoot, I just dropped the panel due. Hopefully it didn't break. An M3 flathead. Where are those? This will work. So an M3 flathead goes in here. Does that tighten down enough to hold that in there? And I guess it probably does. Okay. Huh. I wonder if I can take a reamer without hurting the, give a little bit of a chamfer on the plastic around it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, right over the printer. That's some orange, ugly orange shavings. Not gonna hurt anything. Okay, so here I've got spring steel for each tool head. Some level of eye protection, pulling these things out of here. Yeah, boing. It's plastic, so no problem. Yeah. Okay, then this goes to the midpoint. So if that goes in there, the other side comes in here to the same level. There we go. Screw on here. That just pushes out of the way. It doesn't really, I push this on here. I don't think this is really helpful, because by the time you get this in there, I guess I can try pushing that in and then tighten this down. Yeah, it just pushes right off to the side. It's not actually, I wonder, Yeah, and then it won't fit underneath here. So I'm going to try something else. Let's get a M3 washer. I don't know what gauge it is, what size the wire is. And then a little button head screw. Because really all we need to do is make that it's just bending out of the way of the, there we go. There, okay. So what was happening with a flathead screw is the wire was bending out of the way before I could get any purchase on it to push it down into the groove. And at this point, with it pushed into the groove, I don't see any benefit to the outer part. I was really close to getting that centered. Really close. I don't see any benefit to this outer part because it's not really doing anything. Because these are all forced into the spot with this printed part in the holes. So I don't think this is really useful. And I think this could probably be tweaked to either a deeper groove or just use a flat, a washer and a button head. Speaking of, hey Chris, the little flathead screw on this little jig wasn't working for me. Oh, I'm supposed to straighten it. I'm supposed to straighten it. It's okay, I can still do that. Here. Spring still is supplied most often in the form of wire collar. I'll click here for a YouTube video that shows a very nice process for straightening the music wire without expensive tools. We'll need a straightening length of the wire to begin this process.
Okay, so here's some .031 music wire.
Here. Let's just, I don't know that we need a... Let's see. Well, that's interesting. What are they trying to do there? They actually turning it? Why are we turning it? I'm just skipping through. Go to the bottom of the information area and click on transcript. I don't like that. Look how wavy it is. Show transcript. I just don't like how wavy it turns out. I'm gonna try something here. So how much extra wire or spring steel is here? We can try this. over twisted with the drill, but it works the best all the way up to 10 gauge. When I use music wire for my planes, I always kept them in hard tubes, otherwise maybe try a vise. I mean, I've always just done just this, just kind of take my fingers opposite of the bend. That's looking pretty. How straight do these need to be? You kind of feel. Let's take a fresh one and see what it takes. I mean, that's relatively straight. Let's take a fresh one. Magic fingers and big thumbs. So we've got this, right? And if I friend when it comes to stretching the wire. I think it works a little better on the other. The other thing I would try is give it a little sharper. Just watching the end there for what angle I want to run it at. Been past the point of resilience to make a change in the metal. Yep, and that's in my fingers I could do that very gradually. I can increase the rate here with this screwdriver, the shaft of the screwdriver, because what I'm doing is I'm holding it on the back side and forcing a bend opposite to the natural bend it had. But it does get a little unwieldy. You can hit little sections of it. This is, I mean, I don't have the technique down, but I bet you if someone had this technique down, they could get this. pretty quickly. I mean, is this to the degree of straight that we're looking for once it's bent into place? Calluses you've built up. That's why the screwdriver here really helps. Yeah. Okay, so this one, put that right there. Let's just make sure. That's plenty straight for what we're using it for. Cool. Yeah. So that means that this can come up here. I was just having a hard time getting this to form all the way down into that that groove with the flathead screw. It just kept pushing it off to the side. So there's one. Old phone wire guy. Yep, that's pretty much the just wire, straightening wire in general. That's the. Okay, so if we hold those there, just pull this straight down, should even out. Get that washer. There we go. Use my finger to hold that in place. Oh. There we go. All right. A little closer even to the same length. A bit more compliant than spring steel, yes. Yeah, this is to help control the. You got five umbilicals here to deal with. So this is okay. So that's 2 of them. Just set these over. Ready to go. Both of these examples are ready for install. Oh, yeah. Awesome. That's good to know. So, around, I'm going to do these half at a time because I feel like it's easier. And you see the end there? I'm kind of twisting with my other hand, trying to keep the my pressure opposite to the existing curve. think that thin strip of laminate is a good option to stiffen the umbilical. Oh, yeah. I think you're talking about like a more of a, isn't that what Prusa uses on their, on the XL, is a kind of a flat wire? Okay, that will be, it is definitely more taxing on your hands. Oh. Oh, what do we got here, Garrett? Oh yeah, new salsa, folks. There you go. Back into, where'd my piece go? So we're gonna get this one bent, and then we're gonna work on installing them and let my fingers rest. So there. Go. This does give a little better grip to be able to grab it with this jig. Go. Yeah, that'll work. Garlic fuego is really good on chips. What do I have here? Is that jig part of the STL? This little jig is. This jig, I need a scanner. Or substitute your own. Oh, look at that. I'm just having fun now. Just seeing how straight I can get it. Okay, that's enough of that. This little screw here is useful for really tying in that middle bend, though. If you play with it too much, it'll kink. Okay, we'll leave the other two, let my fingers rest. And where do we get back to? Or new leather apron during the Prime Day sales. Was this the... No, what was the... Oh, it's a... Feed both ends. Align the previously with spring with the previously installed heat set insert. I found that I couldn't get the wire in deep enough to this groove. Maybe if this groove was deeper, this part was taller, to where it already goes part way into the groove, and then you pull it the rest of the way down with the screw, it might be a little more effective. But it just immediately slid off the side of that flathead screw for me. That's why I switched over to this washer and M3 screw. No, all this is doing, Garrett, is help form this arc around this printed jig. So it's just trying to make that bend. So we have that, and then then a little set screw holds the spring steel in there, and we wrap that around the Bowden tube. So let me see what we have for Bowden tube. I don't know if I have enough Bowden tube. I might need to get Chris to send me some more. I might need a little more. Okay, so it said 1 meter. Does it really need to be 1 meter? Is that, did it say 665 millimeter spring? Begin by preparing a 1 meter length of Bowden tube. No, not anymore. Oh, because of this, because of these things. So this here, let's take one of these. This is gonna go in here. This goes down in there, and then this goes into the tool head here. Now the problem is I may need to reprint these pieces or get a drill bit of this size, because I can't actually get it through the hole in the printed part. Is that PTFE tube just for the Phoenix? No, what happened is when I was getting ready for this build, Chris, I put PTFE tube in my shopping cart, and Chris said, I've got a bunch of remnants. I'll just make it rain PTFE. So he did. So what we have here, this is this piece just pulled off, and there is a little hole there, and then there's a grub screw that holds it in. But I think since this is the bottom layer, it's not well defined. Let's try, you were saying some pliers for grip. Are some pliers. I've pulled regular pliers out of here and used them elsewhere. Let's just try these. Some generic pliers. Let's take this. totally chamfer this too. Yeah. But I don't know where the center is. Let's see if I can just get this. Maybe kind of twist it in there. Kind of drill the hole with the. Gotta find it. Yeah, that's not going in. Okay. Let's take another approach. And pin vise. There it is. Yeah, might be a good idea to get a good chamfer in there. This stuff is small. So let's just try a really small drill bit. Will this thing clamp down enough to grab this? Hopefully. Will it? There we go. Itty bitty. Itty bitty. What do we got? Tuxedo? Timo? See ya. Number 67. I only go down to 60. And I think my I'm at the limit of my little pin vise. I'm gonna just start it here and see if I can at least get to the point where the hole is. There is also a grub screw that holds this in. So if I go a little oversized on this, I think I'm okay. And these are also super easy to reprint. So if we need to make a little revision, then I think that will work too. I think I hit the hole there finally. How deep is that? Oh, that's going in about that far. Then let's see if I tighten that grub screw, if I can hold it in place. There we go. I need a carb jet drill for those sizes. Oh, I'm not quite hitting it. Why not just heat the wire a little? Well, I mean, I could, but I'd be melting it. I'm just worried about making a big old melty mess doing that. Let's go a little deeper on this. I think this is going to be okay. This is a very, 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 very small hole, and I use fiber-filled filament. Oh, that's quite a bit more. That'll hold. I think that'll hold just fine, right like that. Oh yeah, yep, that'll work. How long is the wire? That long. Just relax it in its direction. Yay long. That's the precise measurement. Yay. So now if this goes back on here, It's a spring steel wire. Boo short. Now, Chris, did you say, you said that it no longer needs to be, it no longer needs to be 1 meter long. Did you say how long? The hole is modeled at 1 millimeter at present, and you added a chamfer. Filled. It's filled. It's filled filament. That's what I'm blaming. See ya, Ella. Okay. So I am gonna have to pull this out, but I'm gonna just set that in there. There we go. That'll end up working well for this side of it. And then all of that goes in and holds in place there. Use RadOS on our Voron. I'm not aware. So there's each of these have a little screw with a wedge piece that pushes in to hold this side. Did you say, Chris, how long the PTFE should be? I'm gonna keep using that drill bit, so let me just put this away. Well, right now I'm using a number 58 drill. That's, I think, about as small as I'm gonna be able to get to fit in this pin vise. This is a Starrett, it says Starrett C, is all the identification on it. I can try to get another size or two smaller. Let's try it all the way down to the 60. 65 centimeters should be more than enough now. We find a magic number. Maybe that'll work. Maybe I can go all the way down to the 60. Let's see if I can get this. Use those. See if I can get this to clamp down a little more. There we go. Okay. Number 58 is 1.06. So close enough. We'll still try this. Well, why don't we do it this way? Because this is relatively easy. Let's grab a piece of this PTFE tubing. I'm afraid to let this loose, but I'm gonna just have to. Let's figure out what lengths I have in here. There we go. This will work. .60 is 1.0. So very similar. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. This goes in here. And the idea, I'll just do the twists in the PTFE. And one more. It's around one too many. this is going to come out. Does this really need to be this long? Why does it need to be so long? Hey, it's way longer than it needs to be. I think that's way longer than it needs to be. Have you considered routing a notch in the front of a workbench and inlaying a measuring device? That's a great idea, Bob. I probably did not. I probably did not. Let's see how long this, well, how long are these, did these come? How long are these things? So, approximately, spring stilts comes at 1 meter. Haha. So I need to cut both ends off of these. Well, it's not that much longer, but it is a bit. So that is how much we'd be cutting off. You could just use a diode or a galvo laser and engrave the workbench. You're right. That's a really good idea. That's about how much I need to cut off of these. So it is a bit, just a little bit too long. I'm learning. Come on, there we go. Not. Okay. So I don't want to, I should have cut this ahead of time. Prepare a 65 centimeter length of spring steel. Let's go ahead and do it. That bend is going to be in a different spot. It's not hard to get that bent out or formed out. Okay. What you're saying is read all the instructions before I start. .65 centimeter piece. What is the recommended tool to cut this stuff with? 65 centimeters, it's right there. Okay, it's marked. So 65 centimeters is right there. Dremel cutting steel. I have a tool that will work, I think, and will work well, but the general, this is not something that people would normally have, and this is a cable cutter for bikes, but I think this will work really well. Bike cable cutters, there we go. Getting late here. See ya, Andres. Yeah, there's a spin ductor bike. There we go. that took nothing. So either abrasives or something designed to cut harden or something hard like spring steel. I'm just seeing how close I got to this. I am dead on to 650 millimeters. So let's do this again. The bolt cutter part of wire strippers may work well. Yeah. Here, we've got a bunch of, or we got a bit of extra here. Let's grab a set of those. So in general, a wire stripper. So I'm going to go with the smallest hole here and just see how that does. If we hold it straight. Yeah, nope, that's not doing it. That didn't do it, at least not on these. I don't really want to use the sharp edge here, so I wouldn't assume that those work. That doesn't look like it. Maybe let's try a different brand here. The smallest one. Oh, that one worked. So it probably varies on how tight the piece is. Dremel, yeah, you can use a Dremel. I was just looking for that stuff. I'm gonna use my bike tools here. You could ruin the threading. Yeah, that's very true. Hardened steel will ruin the cutters, 100%. Get this little bend here worked out. Use this one as a template. Very short work of that. The last one got here. It's like carbide, nick and break. Huh? Yeah, what if we take this, take our little, something as simple as a little file that we always use. I'm not getting enough. Oh, there we go. There we go. That worked. Just a little 2-second bit with a decent file, and then bend it and it'll break right there. It's a good. Always use pliers, strings are hard. Okay. You have nothing else? I wonder, grab another piece of this. What if we simply grab it with pliers and yep, just a little back and forth action, and the spot you grabbed is nice and sharp. That would work too for this thin stuff. For this thin stuff, just grabbing it. Just grabbing it with pliers, and you want the end you want to keep, and then just a few quick bends back and forth. I think that would be anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. Yeah, Bill is on my Discord. If anybody isn't, the link is in the description. Problem doing it that way, it causes the ends to fray. You have to feed it in a tight hole. How much does it fray? I mean, I get it. It makes sense. Let's see. I'm holding that. Yeah, for sure it's going to be a broken end. But I'm going to look at this under a little bit. Oh yeah, yeah. It is an interesting, I wonder how hard that is to clean up. It's definitely not as sharp or as clean as cutting it. Okay, well, trying different things. That was interesting. So let's go ahead and do this again. Dremel the end. I mean, you can just Dremel it to cut it if you got a Dremel. We're just exploring, the whole purpose of that there was just exploring different ways to manage cutting this wire, this spring steel wire. Go. And pushed in. The more it moves, the more it wants to twist as well and becomes a headache. Yeah, that's good. Okay, properly lengthened. Okay, now I'm trying to hold this. Oh, I got a little jog in the wire here. I want to get rid of. I don't know why. Okay, I think it's probably a good idea to try to make this come straight back. This can go all over the place. Maybe I just let it hang. Let it hang as I tighten this. There we go. That's a lot more reasonable, Chris. That goes in there all the way. That's a whole lot more reasonable. How far back from here should I take the PTFE? How far out? And where's that piece that I was using? Is that this one? I think one more. There we go. Just let this work its way through there. This will come through here and stick out. I just don't know how far to do it. Use this. Tape on the end. Put this through here. And about like that. That's one. Yeah, that seems to be. I'll just let that hang out there for right now. Okay. Next part, let me grab some wire. So I have 20 gauge and 24 gauge here. This is FEP. So we're going to need a wire to connect into this little connector underneath that jumpers into the main harness, and then the other end connects to both of these, and I think this comes over and connects to the whole loop there. So let's do, where's the end? What is your thoughts on the NH36 compared to the Umbilical for the V0.2? My general thoughts is I think I would prefer to go with a standalone. If I'm doing a scratch build, I'd probably prefer to do something like a standalone CAN or USB board rather than the Umbilical. A kit that comes with it, it's a great solution. It works fine. But if I'm building from scratch, I'd probably do that. Okay, so that's gonna go to here. Do a little more than what I am actually going to need. And then down into here. So let's just go about that much wire to start. Nice strong magnet on those KB 3D screwdrivers. So this is the 20 gauge. Do two of these. Hey, Fixture Jake. for this for right now. So we need to see, let's see what else is in here real quick. Just to, this is all what we just did. That goes into there, goes up and around. We wrap that, or this is the wrapping the spring steel around the PTFE. So it's 4 to 5 rotations. Maneuver the Bowden tube when positioning the peak of the spring wire where we previously introduced a radius into the wire's memory. And it just felt, I guess it doesn't really matter. You could go the spring steel or the PTFE. It just seemed easy to wrap the PTFE around the spring steel. And then this is the little clamp that holds it on the dock side. And spring wire tighten this will hold it in place. And this is what it looks like now. Oh, and that's it. So now let's go back to the wiring guide. And this was way up here. What was the pin out of those? Here we go. So what is the pin out of this thing? We've got, looks like this is these two are the thermistor. Is it mirrored here or is it here? Is it the same plug going in? Because I don't actually see that in here. So are you still around, Chris? Is the pin out of both of these the same? So is this, if this is 4, 3, 2, 1, hey PF Dennis, is this also 4, 3, 2, 1? Because I can follow this if that's the case. Neither of these are polarized, so just getting the pairs matched up is what matters. Yeah, because I don't see that elsewhere in the guide yet. Yeah, I don't see it yet. So let's go back to that spot. Yeah, that's a good reference one. We just bought a new car this last month. My style with regard to buying toys. Oh, yeah. Cars are expensive. I mean, when a Civic is 30 grand, and that's not even looking at a Type R. Okay. Let's see if there's any. Oh, okay. So that doesn't make sense. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. I was looking at this wrong. So, so the center two and 3 are the thermistor. The outer ones are the heater. And looking at the plug here, I see lower gauge wire on the center 2. So it's, and then heavier gauge wire on the outer 2. So I'm gonna go with that. No new Polar TED Club members. So let's get this going. I need these. Yeah, trucks are even worse. That's why I'm looking at the Maverick, because I don't need a truck. I like to be able to carry stuff. So for myself right now, I mean, I kind of briefly looked at the Santa Cruz from Hyundai, but I don't think that's where I'm going to be looking to go. Should bring back the Honda Element. It's a little kind of crossover before that was a big popular thing, huh? Maverick is actually a Nissan Patrol rebadged. It's built on the Escape platform. Is the Escape also a Nissan Patrol? Love our Subarus. We got a 2019 Outback. Yeah, the open back is handy for me though, for when I do want to take the bikes out. Where are tool head? What stuff in here? Connectors. Where did all the connectors go? I've got connectors, but not all the right stuff. Got these. I do not have. Drive a Focus ST, really hard to give up a sporty manual car. Yeah, at least now I can drive the April Civic is pretty fun. Coming from the STI, there's definitely a skewed view there, but welcome back, Tanner. I am looking for connectors and stuff that I need. And I think I'm short on the microfit stuff that I need, unless it's been hidden or dropped somewhere else. I have the stuff. I'm just looking to see if it came in. This is one of the others. But there's only one and I need 5. Ford Australia sold the Maverick. I used to buy the Ford parts for my Nissan. Same box as Nissan used. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna hook up this one. So outer pins. And let's take before I go too far, let's take my meter, see if I can get in there. There we go. Let's just let's double check. Where did I put that? Meter it out. So if this is true, then this one should ping to that one, and it does. This one into that one, and it does. And the center, yep, okay. So they're the same. Outers are the heater, inners are the thermistor. So we are confirmed. I just got to get it plugged back in. See you, Tezza. I'm doing a renos galore right now. We are getting a 2,400 square foot house and never had upgrades from 74. Wow. Okay, so there and here. So that's the heater. And then 24 gauge wire for the thermistor. This little coil of wire I have is so... I'm just waiting for it to totally tangle. This didn't come in the kit. This actually I got from Fermio years ago. Teflon. One. I'm hungry. What's for lunch today? I guess we didn't get into water cooling stuff. I mean, I'm not done, but ham and cheese omelet was lunch. Nice. I'm not done, but I still don't anticipate actually getting to the water cooling stuff. Where'd the other wire go? Did it fall? No, there it is. Ooh, you guys are making me extra hungry now. Why did I ask? Okay, so that is going to make one. So does that actually fit through if I wanted it to? Okay, it does. That's cool. So that would be, let's see what this looks like if this is plugged in. Maybe we give it a little bit of twist. Do you think 1 kilogram of glass fiber ABS could wear out a Rapido 2? It has tungsten nozzle. It should not wear out a tungsten nozzle. However, there is a possibility of wear on like the heat break and any of the other non-hardened components. Okay, let's put this through there. Flips around, plugs in. Oh, come on. There we go. Flips around there, comes up through here, and oh, thought I might have been cutting those a little long, but looks like I'm just about right. Run 2 kilograms of PCCF through my Rapido, my Annex K3. In general, I've not worn out a heat break or whatever with abrasive filament, so I would not necessarily expect that that's what the problem is for you. I wouldn't be looking there as your first thing. I'm gonna put some zip ties on here as a temporary, just kind of stitch it along here for length purposes. Just for kind of figuring out my cable length. And these little cheap super thin zip ties work pretty well for this. This is a 3D printer with automatic tool changer. It is. Yep. The particular variant I'm building right now has 5 tools. So right along the same path as the rest of that. And run Home Depot. Some dumb IT guy mounted a network rack in the basement in the wrong spot. Are you the dumb IT guy? I'm the dumb IT guy often. So. Oh, yep. I'm my own dumb IT guy. Okay, that's holding those along a path. How does this look as far as... Yeah, that's pretty good. I would argue we could even go a little shorter on those. I wouldn't stand behind or by that argument until I actually tried it though. Tried the print. Okay, so now all of these are right here. We are pretty much exact length for the thermistor. I wouldn't go any shorter, I don't think, than that. And then the heater, probably go just a little bit shorter. Got plenty of room in the back here to just make sure I have enough. I'm just going to put them right on for the thermistor. So let's just crimp up a connector for that. Grab, what do we have? We have, oh, it's the other end. So it's the, do I have those? Crap, I have one. I have one. Both of them the other end? Yeah. Yeah, I only have one of these. The other end of the micro 2-pin microfit. This, do I have them buried somewhere? I thought Chris said that it came with all the microfits I needed. Okay, I'm gonna depin this guy. Maybe. Yeah. bent a little bit. Like I said, these can be a little fragile. This side. There we go. There, that's perfect. Okay. Shout out to Polymaker. I used my code from winning their Nerf game on the new dry box. Nice. I am a big fan of those dry boxes. Okay, if this comes through, this comes through, I think this one needs to be, yeah, about that much shorter than the other one. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that same because I know there's some extra up through here. I like to dry box, just not sure it's worth the cost. I get that, and I'm hoping it would be nice if they did come down in price. But they pretty much tick all the boxes for me. So I have quite a few of them now. Okay. And these. I'm looking to Trident, Voron 2.4, looked awesome. Didn't really want to spend as much as the Milo kit. What's a Trident kit cost versus 2.4 nowadays? It used to be awfully close. For drying, I have a couple of the poly dryers, but I also have the iBoss Polyphemus and then a generic food dehydrator that I bought off Amazon years ago. I just dry in those and then put them in the dry boxes. Where did I put that? There it is. Okay, let's see how this. Those are it's the 20 gauges for the heater. Okay, then that's going to go like that. This is going to go down and plug into the thermistor when I find more connectors. And then I don't know if a sleeve goes over this whole thing. Is that the way? I probably will. Might sleeve the whole thing. Maybe like the iBoss. I like it. It works well. Yeah. Okay. I want to keep going because I'd like to get closer to the West 3D stream. So that has been basically one tool head wired and ran with the spring steel and stuff. Let's get started on some of the water cooling stuff lines, because I'd like to actually run the ones that go to the carriage, to the tool head. Just wire away. Printed parts for the Milo, way cheaper than a printer build. Yes, there are providers like the Voron PIF program for Milo printed parts, which is nice. I get it on that dryer from the group buy on KB3D. Don't generally have too many that need drying. I just have a place to store sensitive filaments, one place without heat cycling. Yeah. Okay, this is going to sit here. Let's go look at the water cooling documentation. Water cooling. Seeing that, I keep looking at it and just... I don't know that it's necessarily complex. There's a lot to the build, but it's a tool changer. I mean, it's going to have some part of it that's 5 times more complicated than a regular printer build. Okay, so this is the water cooling document. Let's see what we can do. We did all this, and we have some tweaks I think should happen on some of these parts, but we did this last stream. So we've got this guy. We've got yeah, we did that. Now we have this guy to put together. Got that in here. There is a lot of extra, yep. There's that, and this. These two, and I imagine this is pipe thread, so let's get some of the PTFE tape on here. The educational, and figure out more support for first build in the Milo. So when you're applying this PTFE, put it on the male side threads in a counterclockwise direction as viewed from the thread side, and thread the 2 fittings together. Stuff out of the way. Roll. These guys go together. Some. Oh, nice and tight. Another off-topic question: do you use carbide for your Shapeoko or something more like Fusion V-Carve? So I'm using Fusion for creating tool paths, but then carbide motion for the sending to the machine. Well, that worked out well. Almost lined up the flats. One of these printed parts that I printed is this. So that does that. Do not worked with pipe threads to take time. Fit the fully tightened fitting pair into the previously prepared hose retainer. And then this secures to the acrylic panel. So we're gonna be doing things up to the point of securing in the, this goes in here. Securing in the acrylic panel. Does it go? Yeah, it just goes. Did that just break? That just broke. Oh, there's another part I need to reprint. That I need to reprint. I wonder if there's any reason for that not to be a little thicker on that side. Okay. Part to reprint. What's next? Cut a length of soft silicone tubing and fully set each end of the radiator and water pump as shown below. Schedule intentionally omit mention of any specific lengths. Kind of, Tanner. So I'm not quite ready to button up this side of the printer, right? I'm not ready to button up this side of the printer because I need to finish tool head wiring connecting in here. And I think the water cooling pump assembly that we did last week screws on right here or hereabouts. So just kind of prepping for that, making progress. So trying to just kind of bits and pieces together. What I will do is if I'm not caught cleaning up the other garage, I'll make the other 5 harnesses here offline. So we don't have to go through all that crimping and wire cutting. We did one, basically. I've got one more connection to crimp, but we did one basically, and then we'll install them all. But I'll get the harnesses made. So we've got a little self-contained flexible line that's going there though. Some finders find it tempting to secure the silicone hose with a zip tie. The type of barb we use is negatively affected by this, especially when thin clamps are used. Leave them as is. Okay. So what we're going with is taking this tubing and sticking it on this side till fully seated, and then it's coming around and a kinked path, something that's not going to kink up. Let's see at what level. That's looking like it's about to kink right there. So that's going to go something around there. Plug into the top like that. Yeah, that's about to kink right there. So I don't want to run that any tighter. Say router, printer, mill. If you want to do a printer first, consider printer, router, mill. Just go right there. Right there is where I'm going to cut that. I think I'm just going to take a new sharp blade and go straight down. Yep. Square cut. Just seat that on all the way. That's going to go on the side there. Okay. Any thoughts on using a dye to color the glycol for cooling? Neon green perhaps, as long as it doesn't harm the pump and fittings. Could be. I've opened my mouth when it comes to water cooling, so I don't know enough about it to say what the pluses and minuses of using the various things are. So I'm hesitant to make a suggestion without having a enough background in doing this. Okay, so that's on there. Cut a length of soft silicone tubing and fully set each end. Oh, and then this one goes into the other. Now I'm not going to do that one because I don't know exactly what that distance is. Are you using Clipper or Duet board? This is Duet, and we'll be running rep firmware on it. That's for the water block. We already put that on. Or that's the tool head. Is that tool head? That's tool head. We already put that on. Okay, this one I kind of want to run. So this is we may not cut these to final length, but this is kind of where I wanted to see what I wanted to kind of see where it lies on the what the path here looks like. So I still need to model this little wire cover and make sure that what I have in mind isn't going to get in the way. So, okay, so we have that, which I just sealed up because whatever. So we have this stuff. This is already nice square cuts on the ends already. So use the following renders to guide the appropriate to their installed positions at the left enclosure panel. So that goes, oh, and then this goes out. This goes out right here. So that doesn't, at least that doesn't go across where all this wiring is. That's good. And that goes into fittings on the panel. So we can cut that later, but all these clips that go on the cable chain and stuff, we're gonna do that right now. So where's the other, did we have a secure the tubes? Oh, here we are. Secure the tubes to the 5 line holders installed into the drag chains in the electronics mounting guide. So let's go there. Electronics mounting guide, because we never actually put those on. Oops. Electronics mounting guide. That was in here. There, these guys. Secure part 1 printed part to the inside of the 4th chain link. So here's where we get onto that. So secure to the inside face of the 4th chain link, not including the end link, from the frame mounting assembly as shown. This is done with a tie wrap. It is best to orient the tie wrap so that the lock meets the outside upper corner of the chain. Since you didn't do a lot of wiring, mind if I flag you on Discord with a tool I use for stripping and cutting? Sure. Yeah, I mean, there is a tools chat in my Discord, Valador. Put a link there and tag me. That's fine. So, see the following 2 images to visualize. So this is the cable chain, that towards the outside. I got it. So I'm gonna move this around. So we are going to work on the 1, 2, 3, 4th. This is gonna go right here. That's gonna go right there. And then we need a zip tie. That's gonna go under and through this thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, where does that? It's gotta go right there. right there. Since it's all silicone tubing, you're using Teflon tape or some kind of thread sealant on those water fittings. This is a push fitting here, and this is not silicone tubing. This is a, I don't know what the actual material is. It might say, let's see, coil hose, it's nylon. It's a nylon tubing. It's 6mm OD, 4mm ID. So there was silicone tubing we put on that pump in a couple of spots, but for this, it's a nylon tubing. Okay, so that's that. Goes through there. And to keep the part 2 aside until after the water and cooling lines or remote lock cable are in place, the can be used for reference when it comes to install them. Each cap is installed with 2 additional tie wraps in a similar method. Okay. So, and then we do, where are all, okay, here we go. This is the next important diagram, is which links to put these on. So I'm gonna zoom in here so I can see it better, but we're just gonna go through and do it. So I've got another one of these. Thicker drag chains and put the water cooling tubes in the chains. You might not be able to get the bend radius that we're looking for here in order to hit the full build volume, it would be my guess. So we need to go to the 10th chain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th chain. That one's gonna go right there. I'll have to recount. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10th chain is right here. Oops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, right there. New tool. Go. And then the next one is at the 16th. Okay, so that's 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16th is right here. This is stuff that we skipped when I was doing this before, so. Drybax Lincoln tools and stream since 2009. And then the 22nd. So this was 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 here. Second. And the 27th. So it's 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27th. Okay. That is all of those guides. Oh, and that just does that. Okay, so now we're going to run, I guess let's run one of these. I don't know which one is easier to run. Goes like that. Then is this? Something like that. Quite. Talking about the routing. Then it's going to come underneath right here. I don't know how much extra I have of this. I kind of need to have both of them in place here. But if that's that long, where does it just connects into the end. So what if I just cut it? A bit more than that at 119. Oh. That only goes right to the panel on this side. So if I cut it just an inch or so back, that gives me enough to play with, I hope. I can always go get some more of this. Just cut it right there. I'm just gonna go with it. I did it. There's no going back. Square cut. This guy goes on there. So this goes to the bottom. This goes to the top. And this guy goes across here and then gets a couple of zip ties through it. Looking at okay. Oh, that kind of holds together a little bit on its own. Which way is that? If I put that through right here, That's one. I'm hoping I've got enough leeway on these to tweak the positioning and the lengths after these zip ties are in place. And I'm also hoping that once this is in place, it kind of helps. We'll see how it holds together. I'm kind of pulling on this in weird ways right now. So we'll see what it looks like once things are it is weighing down the drag chain quite a bit. Okay. That off of there, and let's go to the next one. Oh, so now these two go like this. I don't know what goes down the middle of all this. Goes on there. Tweezers, catch this. Where are you? There you go. Go. That one. I'm going to just do the top one on all these for first pass. That. Can't actually see where I'm going. Rotate. I don't like how much I'm tweaking on this cable chain, but really weighs that down. Sure. Yeah, that is not okay. What am I doing wrong? This is pushing it way down into the. Does it get better when it's fully installed? This is significantly heavy. You have a pi on your duet. This does have a pi. It is in SBC mode. I don't like it. I don't. PF Dennis, thanks for the gift of memberships. I have to rotate this around. Full rotation. How come? The only reason I went for a pi on mine, other than it was rotting away in a drawer, is that I wanted to add a webcam. I don't remember the specific benefit we get on this. I will, however, for my build, I will probably be swapping out this panel do that's in the spec build for a DSI connected display. So that'll be the particular benefit I get. Okay, and one more of these before we start really looking at what's going on with this. I really don't like resistive touchscreens. I know Duet's working on some updated display solutions. I really don't like resistive touchscreens, and the little mobile interface they display on screens of that resolution works pretty well. I'll be putting at least a 7-inch touchscreen on there. Okay. Let's look at this. We've got a pretty heavy board, and when this goes here, is this going to help at all? It does, actually. But let's see what this looks like. If I go here, it goes right up onto the thing. These need to be a little tighter. Can these actually be heat formed at all? Just kind of playing with locations here on the tool head. That goes here. Goes all the way up. Yeah. Yeah, that binds immediately on the, ew. I don't know how far back it actually needs to go, but it hits on stuff right here. This 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 guy here hits on things right in here. Would altering it might. So there's lots of little bits about this that I could be missing something. Like this might be able to come around like that. But then it's going to run into PTFE stuff here. I need to look a little more and consult with Chris on where these water lines need to go. If that is the case, probably need to do some clarification, because here's the guidance we have right now. That's electronics, water cooling. So the guidance we have for this is that the tool head wires do that. That's what we have. The SBC also makes it just that little bit easier even to update everything, because you just run that update command and it updates everything. Don't even need to upload those files like you do on a non-SBC setup. So this is what we have to work with for, which would actually indicate these should come back even a little more, back this way a little more, which would mean pulling this through, this one through. And new info on War on Phoenix, so that would be more close, and that just pushes that down. And as soon as you get into here, you're severely binding on the so this is what Luke was talking about on his. He had to move this connector because this piece, I think, was hitting on the NEMA 8 back here. He had to rotate the NEMA 8 to another orientation. Hey, Porty. This is very bound up in its current configuration, trying to get to this back corner here. I don't know how far back it goes to hit all of the tool head though either. But this is very bound up. Once we get over here into this corner, yeah, we're still hitting things out of the way. I feel not great about this. Now, how this tool changer system would do in a 120C heated chamber and upside down. It's beyond the scope. Okay, I want to not, I want to learn a little bit more about how this should go, because I know that these binding up issues don't exist on like Chris's machine. So where am I missing? I feel like there's probably something that is being missed, either by me or something, because this is, as it is right now, it's not going to work. Where are we at? 323. Yeah. This, let me figure out in between streams. And we'll come back to what this looks like and what am I missing, because I've got to be. Or maybe it's just the very fine positioning. We need to figure out how to convey that. What is binding? All these water, I mean, the cable chain is down almost below the level of the frame here. It's being pushed down, and these clips are running into the tool head back here at several locations. Like right there, it's running. As you're coming across here and trying to go to the back here, you're hitting the back of the frame. So, hey Charles, we are about done though. How many other tool changes use cable chain? Not a whole lot. So positron and arguments for upside down outside of portability actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I think we're going to wrap up here. What this is going to do is give us about 30 minutes in between this stream and the West 3D streams. Now, this is still going to, when I end it, it's going to take you over to, to that stream, which will start in 35 minutes from now. So, the West 3D is a 3D printer company who is based in Oregon, US, and they do a Meet the Maker series, and Max, Russian Cat Food, RCF, founder of Voron, is going to be on there, and it should be a very entertaining watch. So I think this is probably a good time to give about 30 minutes in between streams for folks, especially me. Go get some food and stuff. So life is peaceful there. Go west in the open air. That we made some good progress. We did a lot of wiring. We did a lot of tool head configuring. I will be doing some of these harnesses in between streams, assuming I don't get caught in the other project. We did do the giveaway, of course. Yeah, so we'll be back here on Tuesday working on Trident. I hope I have everything ready for that. And then next week, one way or another, oh boy, look at that. Wow. Next week, one way or another, we'll be doing the Charlie Janesville stream on Saturday. So with that, thank you everyone. Thanks for the gifted memberships, people who became member. Thanks for those that hung out with me for 5.5 hours here. You didn't win, John. I'm sorry. I hope everybody has a good rest of your weekend, good week. I hope to see you at the West 3D stream in 33 minutes. Till then, take care everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.